Ladies and gentlemen, if I could ask you to take your seats, please. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our beloved CEO, good morning everyone. My name is Dr. Stephen Parisian. I'm Director of Global Research here at DGDA. We're delighted to see you all here in the Sard Palace and online. Before I welcome our GCEO to welcome you here, can I just start with a very obvious piece of housekeeping? You all have phones. Could you make sure they're on silent, please? Thank you. It's my great pleasure to welcome Jerry Inzarino, our wonderful, much beloved Group Chief Executive Officer, to welcome you here today. Jerry, thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, my esteemed colleagues. Welcome from all over the world. It is a great honor to have you here today. And let me begin just a quick comment by saying what a privilege it is for me to be with all of you, and especially our Culture and Heritage Committee led by His Excellency, our beloved Dr. Samari. Dr. Samari, thank you always for your leadership. As you can tell from my very gentle New York accent, it is a great honor for me to be CEO here. Welcome to the birthplace of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Welcome to the ancestral home of Al Saud. This is a historic week for us. Just 2 days ago, we opened this UNESCO World Heritage Site, fully restored, thanks to the custodian of the two holy mosques, King Salman, and our wonderful Dr. Samari and our Culture and Heritage Committee. This work began in 1998 to meticulously restore Taif to its ancestral dignity that it had as the first Saudi state. We now are making a 14 million square meter concentric city to support the UNESCO site. This city will be made in the mud typology. So in the same bricks that are in this beautiful restored palace, we are currently making by hand, and we will show you in the next day or two, we're making 180 million mud bricks by hand. We've already finished 3 million. So this afternoon, if you feel like getting down and into the mud, you are most welcome. We'll do this with you. So I just wanted to say thank you for your dedication to the art and science of culture and heritage. Thank you to the Earthen architecture of all over the world. We're going to take a leadership role in this going forward, and it means a lot to us that you're all here. So I wanted to come and give you a personal welcome. I know it's going to be a very, very interesting seminar. You can expect us to take a leadership role going forward to support your distinguished work all over the world. So thank you very much. I wish you a very wonderful seminar. I look forward to interacting with you, but it's a privilege to have you at the UNESCO World Heritage Site of Taif. It's only our second day of operation. I know a tour is planned for all of you today to take you through. So have a wonderful morning. Congratulations. Your work is very, very meaningful. The preservation of culture and heritage. What we say about today is that not only is it the birthplace of the kingdom and the home of Al Saud, it is the epicenter of Saudi pride. It is the cultural identity of a G20 country. So thank you for being here. This means a lot to us, and we wish you a very pleasant day. Dr. Samari, thank you.
Thank you so much, Jerry, for those inspiring words. I'm now absolutely delighted and honoured to welcome His Excellency Dr. Fahd bin Abdallah Al Samari, as Jerry mentioned, the chairman of our Heritage and Culture Committee, for a few opening remarks. Your Excellency.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. بداية يسعدني أن أكون بينكم في هذا الصباح الجميل وفي هذا المكان الذي يشع بالتراث وبالثقافة وبالأصالة. وخلال هذه الكلمات سأتعرض إلى بعض المواقف والعناصر.
I will just talk about some of the items, if you allow me. The first item, why do we take care of the mud, and why this place is the starting or the fundamental of the mud, and we can see it throughout the history. Why using mud in a building? Because it is the basics of human who made it with his hands or her hand, and there is feeling, there is creativity, there is creativity in how it is structured, this mud, and how to achieve what they want to achieve, and not like what we see in modern building, which is dictated by technology and the virtual creativity. The human that created buildings with mud is also connected with water. We have Hanifa Valley. It is very famous that it used to be green, and it will get back green again, and that water gave to use the sand and the mud and to build the roads, buildings, and so on. Building with mud, when the human hand touches the mud and building the bricks, and then they structure with the people to also sing their cultural songs, they move away from the sadness and pain of the work at that time, regardless of the atmosphere. This anthems and is to create or to move away the pain and to continue building. The second thing that I want to talk about is here in Dir'iyah, the starting of building with mud. What we can see in the literature review is since about the 3rd century. Here, near to Dir'iyah, Riyadh city used to called Hajar al-Yamama, and when Hanifa people came to this place who founded Dir'iyah, they found palaces, and we call them Atam, and this means built by either mud or rocks, and it was the building stone for Dir'iyah. When Hanifa people started to build using mud, and we can see that Medina, city Medina Munawwara, has started to be the capital of Muslims. The Prophet Muhammad, he mentioned Hanifa people, and he mentioned that they are the best builders of mud, and that's there is a great signal that shows that here where we have the first structure of mud building, and it is a symbol of creativity. The next item I will be talking about the future. What we can see now, that is it is beautiful to look at it. However, there is also the economic aspects. If there is a lot of institutions, including Dir'iyah, to take care of building with mud as an art, an economic art practice, and also working together with the Ministry of Ministry of Culture, and will create a lot of benefits to create a business ecosystem from this art, and the ministry is already working on it, and this will allow us to train a lot of people who can build with mud. The last point is environment. Mud by itself is the start of the basic component of environment. Few days or few years ago, there was we were talking. Few weeks ago, we were talking about environment and how to preserve the environment in Egypt conference. Mud is very environmental friendly, and everything that human can need and use, and mud can be utilized for all the uses and can be modernized. And I don't think it's only a heritage item, but also a new usable item. And today we can hear that there is a lot of efforts, and I personally hope that Dir'iyya and soon the icon for the global interest in building with muds. When we have Yemen, Mexico, the States, or even in France and the States, will find, and everywhere, even in the North Africa, they take care of and they research and they study and train to take care of mud building. We are the ones who actually should take the flag in this field, since it started from here, and we do have the experience and the creativity and Dir'iyya's projects in the future, and with the lead of Mr. Jerry, and it is going to be the biggest city built with mud, and to restore the ideas and the usability of mud that is very friendly to the environment and to the human. And Dir'iyya will be going to be prosperous with this. And when you come to this place and see it, you will see huge buildings, beautiful and still standing by its practice. And how can they be here that and standing for more 300 years and been attacked by the artillery that is built in Europe and wasn't able to say? So the mud says that I am from this place, I'm from Earth, I'm made by human, so we can be together environmentally friendly, and I can be your friend. Thank you very much for your listening and for being here.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency, and we're delighted to have you here today. We've, of course, been hugely helped, guided and advised by UNESCO, and particularly the World Heritage Office in Paris. We're very fortunate today to be sent an address by Lazar Elundo Asomo, who's the Secretary General for UNESCO's World Heritage Operation. Lazar is an architect and heritage advisor from Cameroon. He graduated from the Grenoble School of Architecture in 1996, worked as a researcher for the Center of Earthen Conservation, so earth is very much in his DNA. He joined UNESCO in 2003 and worked on the implementation of the African World Heritage Fund and the World Heritage Earthen Architecture Programme. From 2008 to 2013, he led the Africa unit of the World Heritage Centre, and from there joined UNESCO's Bamako office. He worked on the reconstruction of mausoleums in Timbuktu that were destroyed by Al-Qaeda. And in 2016, he returned to the World Heritage Centre as Deputy Director of the Heritage Division, before being appointed in 2018 Director of Culture and Emergencies. In December 2021, he was appointed Head of the World Heritage Centre as the first African to hold this prestigious position. I give you Lazar.
I am very pleased to deliver this short message on the occasion of the opening of the Earthen Architecture Seminar at Turaif, with its rich program that will highlight the states of knowledge and understanding of earthen architecture and the role that it plays in terms of sustainable development. As you know, at Turaif district in Ad-Diriyah was inscribed on the World Heritage List in 2010 because it represents a diversified and fortified urban ensemble within an oasis. It is an outstanding example of traditional human settlement in a desert environment, bearing witness to a building method that is well adapted to its environment, to the use of adobe in major palatial complexes, along with a remarkable sense of geometrical decoration. All over the world, earthen architecture represents our skill to celebrate a built environment with resources that are available and sustainable. Its conservation and protection is our shared responsibility. As we celebrate the 50th anniversary of the World Heritage Convention this year, we have the opportunity to reflect on the potential role of heritage in enhancing the resilience of communities and in contributing to the sustainable development. Nevertheless, we also recognize the challenges of our time, with climate change being a central one. And here at Turaif has a model role to play. While climate change poses a threat to earthen architecture, at the same time, we recognize that cultural heritage can convey traditional knowledge that builds resilience for change, leading to a more sustainable future. Yet, more research is needed to address climate change mitigation and adaptation strategies, particularly in the context of earthen architecture. More practical guidelines are needed in addition to the organization of training and awareness-raising activities, including for local communities. I welcome this important seminar, which contributes to promoting dialogue and the exchange of experience on a very important topic. As an earthen architecture specialist, I hope that the discussion in the coming 2 days will pave the way towards reaching sustainable solutions to ensure the safeguarding of earthen architecture, and I wish you all a successful seminar.
Thanks hugely to Lazar for sending us that greeting. We couldn't have worked this seminar without the help, advice, and unbounded enthusiasm of our great friend and collaborator, Professor Hisham Mortada from King Abdulaziz University. Professor Hisham is Professor of Architecture. He's also an adjunct professor at the Freie Universität in Berlin and an academic advisor to academic institutions in Argentina, Italy, and Ethiopia. He's widely published in the area of traditional architecture, as you all will know, in sustainability and in urban renewal, and has carried out several international research and professional projects in the Middle East, Africa, Europe, and the Americas, and has lectured in more than 30 countries. It must be even more than that by now. We're delighted to welcome this morning Professor Hisham.
Okay, thank you, Stephen. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure and an honor for me to be here with you in this wonderful location and this important scientific event. Mud is a holy material, and I'm glad that many of you share this belief with me. I appreciate the great effort DGDA has done to make this happen. My colleagues in Argentina and DGDA and as well as King Abdulaziz University worked very hard to make this happen. I'm glad it's happening. And we are here last July we were in December in Buenos Aires. Today, in December, we are in Daraya, and hopefully May we'll be somewhere else where we celebrate the holiness and the human aspects of Adobe. My presentation today is going to be slightly different, but it's going to discuss what phase have said about Adobe or mud. There is a holiness in mud materials. Heavenly religions, all of them believe in the creation of man from mud. The Abrahamic religions believe in the creation of man from mud. They share a belief, a fundamental principle, which says the one God is the creator of everything, from nothingness, and the creator of existence, from nothing or non-existence. In Islam, the Quran mentioned that that God has created man from mud in more than 25 verses. I'm not going to cite them all, but I will give you examples. He began the creation of man from clay. وَلَقَدْ خَلَقْنَا الْإِنسَانَ مِنْ سَلَالَةٍ مِنَ الطِّينِ هُوَ الَّذِي خَلَقَكُمْ مِنْ تُرَابٍ, and so on and so on and so on. Same in Christianity. It is mentioned in the Bible, in Genesis, which says, Lord God formed Adam from dust, from the soil. The Jewish tradition had the same thing. There is strong belief that God has created man or shaped it from dust. The reflection of this holiness of this material has been carried out by the worshippers. Mud is worshipping in mud construction. In Judaism, there are so many synagogues have been built out of mud. As we know, mud is very fragile materials. It's very hard to maintain for a long time. We don't have any ancient remains that goes thousands and thousands of years, of construction. But I'm going to show you examples that historically they are recent, but they indicate this appreciation of man, the mud, of the material itself. And we have this synagogue in Morocco that was built in the 1200s. Another synagogue in Isfahan, Iran, also is an ancient or historic synagogue built out of mud, still active. And also in Christianity, we have San Francisco, the Assisi Mission Church in Taos, New Mexico, United States, and that was built in 1772. Also, as we see, the strong masses that's being created by this wonderful material, mud. Again, that Taos Church in New Mexico, and the same building. Another example is Iglesia San Pedro in the desert of Atacama, Chile. And when it comes to Islam, it's almost the same story, but it's in a different scenario. Prophet ﷺ built his mosque out of mud. This sketch which imagines how that was created during the time of Prophet, or by the Prophet in 622. We have a central open space surrounded by 3 walls built out of mud. Then we have the prayer hall and so on. This sunnah or this tradition continued, and we have this example, Al-Qiblatain Mosque in Somaliland. By the way, this mosque has been built before the Prophet Mosque because this has been built by the Prophet companion who migrated to Al-Habasha or Ethiopia before the Prophet's migration to Medina. That was in, I think, 615. And in Saudi Arabia, we have Jawartha Mosque in Hassa, originally constructed in 628. Sidi Aqba bin Nafi' Mosque in Algeria, and that was built in 686, again from Adobe, from mud. The Great Mosque of Safax, Tunisia. Another wonderful mosque built out of mud a long time ago in Ujela, Sahara of Libya. And we all familiar with this image, with the wonderful mosque of Jeni in Mali, the great mosque of Jeni, and that was built in the 13th century. This mosque has been maintained and restored several times, and it represents an annual event to the people of Jeni to go there and maintain it. It's a celebration, it's a festival that all the local community gather in one day or two or three to go and maintain and restore this mosque, and that's why it's staying and standing there. And Lebranga Mosque, Ghana, and this is called Mecca of West Africa. It's a wonderful example of mud mosque. It was built in the 15th century. The same, the strong masses, the holiness interior that we'll see more in a few minutes. When it comes to Najd, it's another story. Najd is the citadel of mud heritage of Saudi Arabia. The components of Najdi Mosque are very simple. It's not complicated. We have an entrance, we have a yard or sarha, then we have a prayer hall, roof, minaret. The distinction exists in the khalwa, in the basement, and this is a place to be with God all the time. And in these spaces, there are different elements, there are different architectural elements that varies from doors, windows, mihrab, columns, ceiling, beams, and so on. Latest studies conducted by local newspapers in Saudi Arabia revealed that the people of Najd are fairly returning back to mud mosque, seeking reverence and tranquility. Why people of Najd are returning back to mud mosque? If we analyze the architecture of the mosque of Najd, you will see the following distinctions. We have containment, enclosureness, human scale, seeing the imam, simplicity, absence of distraction, clear spatial appearance or sequence, season and time adaptation, dramatic transition, quietness and peacefulness, and the construction material, the origin, which is mud. When it comes to containment, when you live in a concrete jungle and you see this mud building, which has a cheerful and welcoming appearance, certainly will go and worship and pray there. Enclosureness, the mud mosque of Najd, they are not huge, they are not upscale, they are not large. So when you go there, you feel part of it, the space. It's very small, it's very tiny, it's part of you. That's why the people of Najd are returning back to mud mosque. Human scale, you are part of the scenario, the spatial arrangement, the arcades, the columns in between. And of course, when you go to mosque, especially on Friday, you want to see the imam, you want to listen to him. And this is the place that provides you this unique chance. When you go to modern mosque, large mosque, you sit away and away and away. You don't see anybody, you don't see the imam, you rarely hear him. But in Najdi Mosque, the small ones, you see him. Simplicity and absence of distraction. Najdi Mosques are very simple. They are not lavish. They don't have decorations or motifs or whatever. They build just for function. They are functional. You just go there to worship God, to be with God. That's it. So, and there is a clear spatial sequence. We have entrance, sarha, prayer hall. Nothing complicated, no lobby, no dahliz, no nothing. Just, simple circulation pattern. Season and time adaptation, all the spaces in the Najdi Mosque, are suitable for different times of the year. In winter, hot summer, or cold winter, cold night or warm day, and so on. Dramatic transition. When you enter a mosque in Najd, you will enter the door to the sarha, to the yard. You see the sky, you see the sunlight. And again, at your right hand or left hand, you see some darkness that calls you, come and lighten me up. And there is a courtesy behind this. There is a kind of invitation, that you don't see in modern mosque. And of course, there is quietness and peacefulness. I mean, mud walls are very thick. You don't hear noise. You don't hear distraction. It's just a place to be with God all the time. Construction material. We have the thermal performance advantages of mud. We just mentioned the holiness. And we go there, it's like going back to origin, going back to life. And if I want to summarize what I just presented, I can use the quotations of the Antoine Reville, a French writer, who said, clay can be dirt in the wrong hands, but clay can be art in the right hands. God, like the sun, which melts wax, but hardens clay, expands great souls. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Hisham, and what a fascinating insight. As we're without our Spanish colleagues at the moment, we're going to break for tea and coffee. So if you could be back here, it is now 22, if you're back here in your seats by 11:10 on the dot. Thank you. Right, if we're sorted out, so I'm introducing them as if they're here, and then say just a few words. If you could resume your seats, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Professor Fernando Vegas and Professor Camila Meleto are architects and professors at the Universitat Politecnica of Valencia. Interestingly, this week, Valencia, did you see, was named one of the best places to live on the planet. They have developed conservation projects for the Alhambra in Granada, which I hope you've all visited, and at Gaudi's Finca Güell in Barcelona. They are editors of the journal Loggia and have extensively published on architectural heritage, vernacular architecture, and design. They are coordinators of the UNESCO UNITWIN Chair for Earthen Architecture, Constructive Cultures and Sustainable Development in Spain. Unfortunately, due to illness, they're unable to be with us, but their video is introduced by the Travel Bursary winner, who I'm delighted to meet, Sergio Manzano Fernandez. Sergio.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, thank you for the organizing team and all the people who have made possible to be here today talking about Earthen architecture in such a relevant place. Due to sudden health issues of a close relative, Professor Camila Mileto and Fernando Vegas have not been able to attend the seminar and the live intervention. So thank you again for your understanding and sorry for the inconvenience. As a part of the research group that Fernando and Camila lead at the Polytechnic University of Valencia, we have made a recorded conference to briefly introduce the work that we have been doing and we are doing in the Iberian Peninsula at both national and local level in the field of analysis, restoration, and preservation of earthen architecture, including monumental architecture, vernacular architecture, some research projects such as natural, social, or anthropic risk of this kind of architecture, and also professional intervention projects in this kind of architecture. Nothing else. I let you with the conference, and thank you.
Hello, good morning. Our names are Camila Mileto and Fernando Vegas. We are very thankful to be invited to participate in this seminar. We're very sorry not to be able to be there, but circumstances have obliged us to stay at home. So we are sending you this video and we share our experience with you, hoping that you will be interested in that. We know that earthen architecture can be found everywhere around the world, literally everywhere in every country, and in very many types of construction and types of variants and any kind of technique. In fact, if we focus in Europe, we can see that this wealth of techniques can be found also in Europe. This is a study that we made together with other partners, with European partners, called Terra Europe, in which we were studying the earthen architecture in the 27 countries of the European Union. And you can see that there is a big stain of earthen architecture in all these countries. And if we focus more, as we have done in the Iberian Peninsula, we can find that this wealth of techniques can be also found in the Iberian Peninsula. That's to say, Spain and Portugal. But this constructive wealth is reflected in not only in like the ram earth or adobe or whatever, or turf or whatever, but there are many sub-variants in these techniques. That it's an amazing world of an amazing panorama of techniques, of earthen techniques, depending on the case, on the availability of materials, of water, on the climate, etc. And this wealth is not only present of a present architecture. We can go back to the prehistory in the Iberian Peninsula, and we can find many of these techniques that still already existed at that time, in the prehistoric time. And there has been this continuity from the prehistoric times till the present, using earthen architecture as a very logical way of building, because the material is there and it's available on site. We have been studying these type of techniques, for example, ram earthen cup, these monolithic walls. As you can see, these maps and some little variants that we can see, and also on the right you can see some of the drawings we have made to show in a very didactic way how these techniques have been built. There's also the same mapping with masonry techniques. Like masonry, we mean like adobe, sod, turf walls, and you can see also some photographs. And on the right, you can see some of these techniques shown as they have been built. There's also half timber and wattle and dove, specifically in the more or less in the northern part of Spain, in the half northern part of Spain. And there are also many subvariants that we have been studying during the last 10 years. Earthen architecture has a lot of values, we know that, but we have been studying specifically which type of values or which values has this earthen architecture. We can find some economic values like it is a cheap material, has a quick availability, no transformation required, is easy to manipulate. There are bioecological values like acoustic isolation or thermic inertia or permeability or no radioactive or toxic emissions. There are constructive values like a good strength, elasticity, adherence, fireproof, chemically stable, volumetrically stable, ductile, recyclable. There are environmental values like integration in the surroundings guaranteed because they are using the same earth. The landscape remains unaffected. There is an energetic efficiency while being built and an energetic efficiency while being used. And the waste is being reduced to a very minimal because the earth goes back to earth when the building has finished its life. And there are sociocultural values like the local, regional, and global history that is linked to this earthen architecture. The history of cultural flows that were taking some techniques to one part to another, the local culture and hybridation, the local culture and identity, the ability to inform, the ability to teach, the material and symbolic values in transmitting these techniques generation through generation. And last, there are immaterial values like the technique and constructive knowledge that is being transferred from one generation to another, and the maintenance rituals normally very linked to earthen architecture. All these values are to be grouped or can be grouped in sociocultural values, socioeconomic values, and environmental values that are the 3 feet of the sustainability as we understand it today. So we are speaking about a very sustainable option to be for building, and this is the reason that earthen architecture is being revived in many parts of the world. Is being considered specifically in bioarchitecture and ecological approach of architecture. But the state of conservation of earthen architecture depends very much on the type of building. There is monumental heritage and there is vernacular heritage built with earthen architecture. And sometimes we can see that heritage appreciation goes in parallel with the state of conservation. Monumental heritage normally, not always, but normally has a better state of conservation, and vernacular heritage is sometimes neglected. Not always, but sometimes neglected. And we can see some examples of big monuments and churches of the past or castles. And we can see also some villages, some of them more or less well conserved, but we can see some wherever there's an earthen house or an earthen construction in these villages, sometimes, at least in Spain, we find this rubbish bin or these containers just standing there like a mental association of like earthen architecture, so rubbish, and so it is not so good, not a good propaganda. But we can see, for example, in other countries, it's not like that. For example, this is an image of a house, a cob house of the 17th century in Devon, in the United Kingdom, and we can see a Ferrari parked in front of the house. The owner of this house probably could afford any other house, any very expensive house, and he has chosen to live in a cob house, thatch house, and not only that, he has also chosen to enlarge his building with a new building made also with cob and thatch. So there's a big difference between one type of appreciation and another. I wonder in Saudi Arabia, if you belong to the group of Spain, of the group of the United Kingdom. I guess more to the one of Spain, unfortunately. We have been working on earthen architecture in the last years through several research projects. One of these is Res Tapia, is the conservation of ram earth in the Iberian Peninsula, criteria, techniques, results, and perspectives. And it's funded by the Ministry of Science and Innovation in Spain. And there has been some books published that you can download online for free. There has been some websites and some exhibitions and some conferences linked to this project. There is a second project called Sos Tierra, conservation and rehabilitation of the traditional earthen architecture of the Iberian Peninsula, funded by the Ministry of Economy and Competitivity. And there has been also some websites, some international conferences with proceedings and exhibitions linked to that. And there has been this Res Terra, Earthen Architecture in the Iberian Peninsula, study of natural, social, and anthropic risk and strategies to improve resilience, that is being finished now, with also some websites, some conferences with their proceedings, and also these proceedings are online, by the way, and some exhibitions. All these projects has allowed us to make a very huge data collection with many study cases, thousands of study cases of state conservation and the uses and the rehabilitation, restoration, both monumental and vernacular. And we have been working also on the constructed techniques and variants through these study cases. And we have been studied also the geographical factors, the influence of geographical factors in the traditional earthen architecture in the Iberian Peninsula. For example, the altimetry, the relief, the river basins, the rainfall, the lithology, the seismic intensity, the water availability. They are somehow dictating somehow the type of earthen technique to be used. It is not determined 100%, but it is just pointing to techniques. There are these climatic factors like average temperature, solar radiation, for example, and there are also social factors. There are migration, there are exchange of earthen techniques, and there's also actually in the present days there's also some neglection about the earthen architecture, and this is part of the risk that we have been studying in this case. So we have like weaknesses, threats, and risk in earthen architecture. There are like natural ones like the water, the atmospheric agents, the catastrophes. There is anthropic ones like a transformation or the use of inadequate materials. There are social risk like abandonment, social discredit, loss of know-how, demographic pressure, or tourism. The degradation of earthen architecture is it can be very well studied. And for example, there is a proverb in many countries that says, give a good hat and good boots and it will take care of itself. So if an earthen wall is covered on the top and it's covered on the feet, it will last for many years. So there are some examples of degradation.
So about the vulnerability in front of natural risks, we studied in the different cases that we collect with the previous project, and we selected 15 cases of vernacular architecture where we studied the different characteristics, architectural, urban, and constructive characteristics. And we try to study all these characteristics in relation with earthquakes, floods, desertification, and rainfalls. So the characteristics are, for example, the position of the building in the soil, the position in the urban context, the number of floors, the type of the bracings, the type of windows, the type of roof, and of course the construction techniques. All these characteristics we have to analyze them in front of earthquakes, floods, desertification, and rainfall. So for this, we start analyzing these 50 cases, and after that we use the Delphi method, that is the method that is related with making interviews to experts. In our case, we made 60 interviews to experts in the fields, asking them to give a value to each one of these characteristics of vulnerability in front of the different risks. So all these experts answer with these numbers, and after that we could make a media of these numbers, and we get this matrix with all the possible numbers of these values, and we make a verification of the calculation of these parameters in front of these risks in 258 cases of vernacular architecture. Making this type of studies to try to be objectives in front of this type of risks, finally get a response that is quite real, or we think it's quite good in front of this analysis. So we had the response of the susceptibility of the vernacular earthen architecture in front of seismic action, flood risk, or weather complicated or extreme weather conditions. At the same time, we conduct a lab analysis in two ways. In one way, in the lab, really making compression test, and also humidity, temperature, and dry tests in a climate chamber. For the different proportion in earth, sand, and lime, and also adding some consolidation materials. So trying not only the earth only, but also with some possible products for the consolidation of earthen materials. And at the same time, we were studying some examples in the fields. So some walls with ram earth with adobe that we lived in the field during at this time 6 years, and we measured the decay and studied the decay and the erosion twice a year in each of these samples. Also, at the same time, we studied not only one building in each village, but the entire village. So this is the case of Mula, for example, in the south of Valencia, in the region of Murcia, that it's an earthquake-prone area. We studied there 139 buildings, earthen buildings, and the characteristics in relation with the earthquake. In the case of rural housing around Valencia, we studied 76 buildings, earthen buildings around Valencia, that it's a very flooding area. So we studied in this case the vulnerability in front of the risk of flood. And also the same risk of flood we studied in the village of Alcira, that is in the south of Valencia, that is a very prone flood area. And we studied in this case the city wall, that is a big ram earth city wall, and the houses in itself in the village, in the historic village. We are now studying more about social impact factors, and well, we are not finished. We have not finished this study. We are still doing, but we are trying to make the same, using the same methodology as in the natural risk. So we try to identify the different parameters of social factors, social and also anthropological. It is related with everything related with the values, with the appreciation, but also with the depopulation, the abandoned, and also with the type of intervention, because that is related with the conscience of the people of the place to understand that they could understand the value of this architecture or not. So if they use traditional materials or not. So we are trying to keep this research, and I hope in the next 1 or 2 years we can show you. So this is related with the protection, conservation, and restoration of earthen architecture. With the same cases, so the same already more or less 3,000 cases that Fernando was speaking about, we studied specifically also the type of intervention that we found in monumental architecture or vernacular architecture. In the case of monumental architecture, we studied the intervention in all the part of the buildings, so the foundation, the walls, the roofs, the surface, and so on. And we studied that in around 200 buildings, monumental buildings. They are castles, churches, and palaces, and big important buildings. And we studied the criteria of the intervention and also the different type of techniques of intervention, materials used, but also the result, because we have a lot of buildings or a lot of intervention done during the last 30 years. So we could study also the result after 10, 20 or 30 years of these interventions. We also studied we made the same process related with vernacular architecture that is quite more difficult to analyze because we don't have so many projects. Vernacular architecture is in general intervened with without project, so directly by the bricklayer of the village or something like that. But we try to make the same process, and we find different type of intervention. We could have reparation, maintenance, updating, partial rehabilitation, integral rehabilitation, enlargement, demolition, or restoration. So the big problem of this vernacular architecture is especially the functional obsolescence, the population migration, the social discredit, and the lack of valorization. So it's really difficult to protect this architecture without working in social aspects like the population present or the importance of the valorization of this architecture. One of the most important problems of the vernacular architecture conservation is the lack of knowledge of the bricklayers, of the people related with construction in these villages, because they are using new materials instead of traditional materials. So which type of strategy we could have in restoration and conservation of this architecture? We try to understand all around Spain and Portugal and also other parts of Europe what we are doing, and try to see which kind of strategies everybody is using to conserve this monumental and vernacular architecture. So we arrived to 6 different strategies. The first is knowledge, second valorization, third protection, fourth conservation, fifth training, and sixth is innovation. About knowledge, what is more important is try to know what we have really. So it's not only cataloging, but it's especially know which kind of architecture, constructive techniques, and so on we have around. Protection is something that is necessary, so the legal protection of the architecture. Maintenance is also important to keep the building in a good condition. Conservation, so a project and a building site or intervention of conservation with the idea of conserving the building, not to rebuild, but to conserving what we have. In some cases in this slide you can see some different intervention, and then we can see some more details. Conserving not only, of course, not only monumental but also vernacular architecture. That sometimes it could be more difficult than monumental architecture. Education is also an important aspect, so spread the knowledge in a didactic way with manuals or guidelines or books that helps people to intervene or to make conservation projects. This is, for example, it's a manual or guideline and manuals that we work and we write with the collaboration of the Ministry of Education and Culture in Spain. And it's a manual that is now used for all the buildings, the monumental buildings or vernacular buildings, where the ministry is making intervention with the public money. This is a manual that we are still preparing with the details and criteria and details about vernacular architecture. Training researcher is also important, not only make research, but try to teach to other researchers to keep the studying and to keep research. Dissemination, in this case, well, we are organizing, but everywhere there are many initiatives in this way that is try to spread the knowledge through, for example, lecture or seminar that like this one that you are organizing, and try in this case to put all this information in a website, or in our case in this YouTube channel, where you can see all these lecture about vernacular architecture and earthen architecture. Also spread the knowledge with a workshop, practical workshop, where people could really understand how to build with these earthen techniques. Also with children, that it's important try to spread the knowledge from the beginning So these are some guides that we have done, especially for children. And finally, innovation. Earthen architecture is not only heritage, of course, but it's a possibility also for new architecture. So try to be innovative also and use earthen architecture for new buildings.
We're going to end our lecture by showing some of examples of real intervention in earthen architecture made by us. This is the case of restoration of Bofilla Tower. It's a 13th century Islamic tower in Valencia, near Valencia. It's like 18 meters high. It's still there. It's neglected, but it was in good shape. So it was very good built. If we consider that it is an old living creature that has 800 years. So this tower, or this type of towers, were just together with a village to protect the village against the attacks. And now the village appeared, but the tower is there. This is the state of the tower before we began to work. This is a study we made, the survey. We studied all the put locks, holes, and we were studying every detail of the construction, so we could establish which was the way of construction and which were the secrets that allowed this building to stand like 800 years, almost neglected, and still being there. And we also discovered all the traces of the joist and the beams, and we discovered also the type of wood that was used. We made some repairs. I mean, we had to fill some gaps. We have to fill some cracks. We have to repair many things. We had to clean with lime and earth in a traditional way. And this is the result. After the restoration, we have tried to maintain, to keep all the age of the building, not to renew the aspect, not to renew the surfaces, but just to keep as old as it was, but repaired in a good shape. Inside, we have rebuilt the floors that disappeared with new beams and new joists. These are some images inside. So the people are now able to visit the tower and see from the top. So it is a very nice experience for them. This is a view, some aerial view of the tower and of the village, excavated village.
So the second case of restoration is the castle of La Vila Bella. The big castle, very ruined, but then we still have some towers and some walls that are quite impressive. So first of all, we studied the type of materials that we have and the dating of the different part of the castle. There are some part of the castle that are from medieval, well, everything is from the medieval time, but some of these parts are really very old, from the 11th century. This is the survey of the castle and with all the towers, and you can see the ruin state. At the beginning, we made a plan of phases, of different phases of intervention. So we had to identify the most dangerous part and start the intervention from this part of the castle, and then little by little, because it's too big to make an intervention complete in all the complex. So the first intervention was an emergency intervention. In many parts of the castle, it's like a very quick intervention in the part that were in danger of falling. So we make intervention in many towers and many parts of the walls, but very little intervention, quite like stabilization intervention. So the first part that we had to restore was this wall that you have in the center of the picture. This wall lose completely one of the part of the wall, so the wall is a lime crust, and one of the crust, one lateral of the crust was completely falling down, leaving the earth inside completely exposed to the water and to the climate. So we needed to rebuild this part of the wall, and we rebuilt it with a traditional technique with earth and lime. So you can see the process here where we rebuilt this part of the wall. And the final result, and then the final result in both direction, and you can see that we conserve the old one, so the bottom part that was the existing part, and then we reproduce and remake the upper part, but it is clear to distinguish one from the other, but it's still the same technique. Then the intervention of another of the towers of the same castle, that is the tower number 7, that is this one, it's the oldest of the castle. And the idea is not to rebuild the tower, that we don't know exactly how it was, but to conserve what we have, to protect it, and of course to rebuild little parts or little elements that help the protection of the tower. We make the study of the time, of the dating of the tower. So the tower belongs more or less between the 890 to 950, more or less. We don't know exactly, but it's more or less this time. This is the process. First of all, cleaning everything and all the archaeological work in the tower, around the tower, in the walls. Cleaning everything and leave all the archaeological remaining exposed to conserve it. So this is the process, so that they are building the formwork to make the crust before, and then the raw earth. You can see also the connection. We use wooden connection between one part and the other. And then the definition of the part that we have to rebuild. So we decided not to rebuild more than the level that we have. So it's only to rebuild the part of the wall that was loose till the level that we have. So also we have to fill the cracks or the masonry with earth also. And this is the final result, where you can distinguish perfectly the old part and the new rebuilt part, but is at the same time is something that is quite integrated. So it's not very, we don't have a very big difference, but it is still distinguishable. So finally, we think that it's necessary to connect what is architectural heritage, the knowledge, the conservation the conservation project, the protection, also with the dissemination, the education, the innovation, and the sustainable development. We think that everything have to go or to work together. Is not possible to divide one part to the other, because it's necessary to work at the same time in the knowledge, in the evaluation, in all the aspects to really reach the conservation of earthen architecture.
thank you very much for your attention. We hope that you have liked the lecture. Here you have the contact, our emails. You can write us if you have any questions about this. You can find also in our website. You can find all the publications that we were talking about. Most of them are downloadable, so you can use them and you can consult them. There is also the research center we belong to, and there's some ID projects that you can have a look at the website, and also the journal Logia that we edit since 26 years. And we're so happy that you have that we have been able to share with you all this information. Please write us if you want. Thank you very much again.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fernando and Camilla, and so sorry they can't be with us. Can I just take issue with one point from that address? Not everyone in Britain owns a Ferrari. Can I just point that out? That's certainly not at the moment. Nor are you given one when you build a new COB building, as we'll see this afternoon. It's my great pleasure now to introduce Professor Steve Goodhue, who's Professor of Environmental Building and Associate Head of School at the School of Art and Design and Architecture at the University of Plymouth. He's also lead partner of the Franco-British COB Bauge project, which we'll hear about in a minute, and is an expert on the sustainability and performance of buildings as individual units and as urban groupings, and also works in the area of sustainable construction materials, particularly, as we'll hear now, COB. Steve.
Thank you very much, Stephen, and thank you very much indeed for the invitation. As Stephen stated, I'm Steve Goodhue, and I'm Principal Investigator for the Bauge project. What I'm going to do today is I'm going to take you through a little journey through the project itself. There are some differences to this particular presentation to some of the previous ones and some of the ones that are going to happen a little bit later on today and tomorrow, in that this is focusing on new build in certain instances, but with restoration as part of it. Well, the project itself is a project which is founded on a number of different aspects which are very common to an awful lot of other projects that you're going to be listening about when you're talking about earth building in general. First of all, we approached the EU Interreg funding stream to try and take an existing ancient building technique that Stephen is going to be telling you a lot more about this afternoon in his presentation, and bring it up to modern values as far as regulations are concerned. I do not mean that old earthen materials are not up to scratch. They most certainly are, with or without Ferraris. So the first thing, natural materials is certainly one of the aspects where grow your own, wherever you are in the world, is certainly something which is extremely important within construction generally. It's also the ability to be able to fit in with the natural landscape, as our first presentation about faith and earth buildings exemplified beautifully. We're also interested in energy-efficient buildings, particularly with the prices of energy at the moment, but also generally as waste. And you can call me some sort of person that has let's say, a crusade to try and ensure that we do not waste things, and you'd probably be right. But you can also combine that with producing a building that gives you an extremely comfortable interior environment, such as the one we are sitting in at the moment, which that cool breeze that's coming through there is extremely welcome when it wafts across. But part of the reason why you are comfortable is because of the material that's sitting around you. It also enables us to take hold of passive gains and using the thermal mass of buildings. And overall, the buzzword of low carbon is up there too. So our project looks at trying to reduce the overall carbon associated with the construction technique, but also the actual occupation and the use of the building as well. So the project itself comes from 3 members of staff of a national park, 2 universities getting together in 2015 and basically saying, look, people are unable to build with cob. There's a problem. We can't do it because the regulations are preventing us. So we took the 2 terms for cob in French on the Norman side of the channel and English on the UK side and put them together, cobauge. So it's really cob-cob or bauge-bauge, depending on which side of the channel you're actually in. The funding that we've got is going to be running out in June next year, but obviously we're looking at other things, and I'll tell you about that a little bit later. The partners, 3 French, 3 UK. So nice and balanced, including an architect, 3 universities, an Earth Building Association, and a national park. So a nice broad balance of different people that have contributed to what we believe is one of the possible solutions to enabling people to use cob within the UK and France and possibly elsewhere. So to summarise, what we're looking at ahead is we're looking at the thermal performance of this material, keeping what we already have, and we'll discuss that in just a second, but also enabling it to be used through the proper channels. Well, as been stated already, and I'm really glad that someone stole my thunder, traditional cob works really well if you have a good hat or a good pair of boots, or if you're talking in Devon, a good hat and a good pair of boots. Now, if you're looking at cob itself, traditional cob, certainly in the UK and in Normandy, has been produced in an unshuttered format, a monolithic material with its earth and straw placed one layer on top of the other until you actually get to roof level, depending on the height of the building that you're going. Typical, and sorry Stephen, I only got a couple of images, I'm not trying to steal your thunder. A couple of kind of fairly picturesque buildings within Devon without Ferraris. These are a vernacular form which anecdotally an awful lot of people have stated are warm in winter and cool in summer. So fine, that's a direction in which a lot of new builders also wish to go to. If you look at the far right, you'll see that's actually a new build. That's in Dartington in the UK. It's now 10 years old, so not so new perhaps. But again, there's been a dearth of buildings like this, partly because the regulations have been a problem. Some people have decided to try and go for different vernacular forms. Now, the only real way for them to get through the regulations is, in fact, to push the boundaries quite considerably. And in fact, the building, actually I'll just flick back, the building on the left-hand side, which is actually featured on a very well-known UK TV programme called Grand Designs, is 3 stories. It's very big for a vernacular building. But it only got through the regulations by putting 150 millimetres of expanded foam on the outside. Not what you would call, with the previous things that I talked about in mind, a natural building. Also, the moisture flows through that building. I've now got an impervious external layer. Also, you've got differential expansion going on, where you've got a very, very high insulative material in front of a very massive hygroscopic material. This is not good. So the benefits of cob, other than the aspects of putting a highly manufactured material like expanded foam on the outside, locally sourced, Relatively low cost to build if you have got the labour force that can do it. The labour is one of the critical things. Relatively easy to construct. Low toxicity in the materials, and there's many universities right across the world that have been looking at that particular aspect. Low embodied energy. We've done quite a lot of work on that, and we hope to be publishing in the new year in 23 on that. High thermal mass. Talk about that a little bit later. Good internal moisture regulation. It's a moisture buffer. Hydroscopic gives you a nice even moisture level. You don't get those extremes. So what's not to like? Well, let's have a little look more deeply and see what's not to like. Now on the right is a thermal image of the building on the left. So as far as thermal imaging is concerned, we are looking at the apparent surface temperatures on the right. Now, bright colours, the reds and the yellows and the oranges, you're looking at high temperatures. So if you're looking at the building from the outside during a cold day, bright colours are bad. Basically, you've got a very highly conductive material which is conducting all that lovely heat that you've spent all that time warming up on the inside out. And of course, if you're air conditioning the building, you get the opposite effect. So whether you're looking at cooling or whether you're looking at heating, it's bad news. Now, the building on the left, as I say, they're same. There is just on one side, I'm just having a quick look and see if I can get a laser pointer. No, can't quite get that one to work. Never mind. What you're looking at is a building that's been made up at different times of different materials. If you're looking for a highly insulative material, you're looking for low temperatures on the outside surface of that wall. So all the greens and the blues, and funny enough, you can just about see on the right-hand side, that's a 18th century, 1700s wall of cob. You can see the plinth, which is down towards the bottom, which is red. That's conducting the heat. That's stone. Above it is earth, and voila, you can see that there's very little heat being actually conducted through it. So it's good already. That's 18th century cob. So you might say to yourself, well, what do you need to do anything to it? Well, again, it's these pesky regulations. So we measured what the actual thermal transmission values were of the original cob, because you've got to have a baseline. You've got to be able to work out where you are, where you finished doing the two of my colleagues, Kevin and Matt there. And we found that the U value was delivered was about 0.9. Sorry about the numbers, but they are necessary. So 0.9 is not particularly good. Yet the thermographic image says it's fine. So something odd's going on. And in fact, if you zoom in and analyze it, you're looking at two places which have got almost the same U value. So the thing that goes through the regs. On the right, it's the cob. On the left, it is a 1990s cavity wall. So the 18th century cob is performing as well as a 1990s cavity wall. So really, you don't really need to do an awful lot to earth buildings to be able to get them through regulations, but unfortunately, you do. In England and Wales are limiting U value, and the lower the number, the better, because it's more insulating, is 0.26. So there we are. We have a wall that apparently won't go through the regulations, but will perform beautifully at 0.9, yet the regulations say 0.26. So this is our research problem. This is the thing we've got to try and get over. And that 150 mil of expanding foam is not the direction we think you should be going. Now, U values have their limitations. They are what's known as a steady state measurement. They are not a dynamic measurement. They don't take into account the mass of the walls, in other words. So in which case it's a kind of a fool's errand, really, to try and go down that route anyway. However, I have to keep telling myself U values are compliance. And sometimes compliance has to be simple. Because if it's complex, then people try and get round it. And if it's simple, it fits everybody. It's a kind of a way that it evens out everything. So what we needed to do was we needed to be able to get cob through the regs. And to do that, we had 3 stages. We looked at soil and fibre characterisation, thermal optimisation, and then some structural performance testing. And we added a couple of stages on, as most researchers, because our eyes are bigger than our stomachs, basically. So the initial research, we took some soils that we knew were producing decent cob buildings on both sides of the channel. And with our usual egalitarian type way of looking at things, we were fair. So we did 6 soils from France and 6 soils from the UK. And we also looked at 6 natural fibres, including hemp, reed, and various different types of straw, wheat straw, oat straw, etc. The thermal optimization, we then produced using those materials and the characterization that we got from those materials. So we got granular characterizations. We also got clay content values. We got strength of fibers, etc., etc. And we produced 24 small-scale cob samples, went with representative numbers in each. We then looked at these differences which the samples would give us to try and optimize. Because if you can make a wall thinner as well, you get a larger footprint from a building, which immediately means for somebody like an architect who's suddenly thinking, well, wait a minute, my walls are this big, that means I've reduced the internal space, which is important. So we were liking optimization in various ways. We looked at different densities, and finally, we put each sample through a heat flow machine, which gave us thermal conductivity, which in turn we can actually get a thermal value for a transmission value. We then went ahead and undertook structural testing, because there's no good if your material is a wonder material as far as the thermal values are concerned, yet it doesn't actually hold the roof up. So we went through, I think there was, I actually drove them in a van to Cambridge University, which we used their geotechnics, because I've got a friend there. And we squashed them there and got values for the thermal compression testing. And we got values between 1.2 and 2 megapascals, which officially, if you look in the structural engineering terms, is defined as weak masonry, which is, as far as I'm concerned, fine. That's enough. Now, if you take, yeah, I know a graph, sorry about that. If you take the density of the material and the thermal conductivity, you can see a pattern here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go away from the microphones and talk loudly. So if you have a look at this graph, we've got high density gives you high thermal conductivity, low densities give you low thermal conductivity. Not really amazing science, you know, you'd expect that, wouldn't you? However, what you can do is you can optimize this. The problem we found was, as soon as you get into the insulating layers that were insulating enough to give the thermal regulations a fair chance, they wouldn't hold up the roof. If you look at these, which are perfect as far as insulants are concerned, they're not very good as far as the structural values are concerned. There we are. I can inflict myself on you from here. So this was a problem. This basically led us to the conclusion that no, you cannot use an insulating material in one layer to be able to give us the appropriate values for our wall. So if you plot all of them, we ended up trying to therefore take the best of the insulating and combine it with a layer of the best of the high density materials. It doesn't like me. Ah, it does, it suddenly likes me. Now, the most effective mixes that came out of this particular piece of research was a 50% hemp shiv for an insulator. I'm afraid so any Americans in the room, very sorry, I don't understand it, even though it's a British thermal unit, but I do understand this beastie. Watts per meter Kelvin. 0.11 is very decent. It's a value which you can start immediately. Yeah, somebody? No. But even though it's thermally excellent, it's structurally not there. So our combination of layers was what we needed. And if you combine them in a calculation, and this is a standard thermal transmission calculation right the way across the globe, you're going to find these. So we're basically going from the inside to the outside through layer per layer. High resistance number is good. Low conductivity number is good. As you can see, 0.1 gives you a resistance of 2.73. All that comes down to this magic number down here, 0.26. And that passes the regulations. So there's the theory behind the practical. Well, let's have a little look at some seriously practical. So the next thing is, we don't want to stick to the lab. We want to actually build with this. So these were undertaken on the UK and the French side, where walls of different thicknesses were produced, and the measurements that we've already got in the laboratory proved that they're going to work. But when you put two completely different materials of different densities together, even though they're made from soil, you may have problems. And you may note that we've got two soils of different colours here. It just happens that Devon has got red clay and yellow clay, and Normandy around Coutances has got red clay, yellow clay. So, perfect. So those are the ones which we chose. But one of the things that we were really concerned about were the two layers, if we built with them, were they going to dissociate? Were they going to come apart? Now, if you have a look here, we've actually produced a sawtooth between the two layers to be able to resist this delamination in between them. In the end, we actually don't think you need it. However, we have done that going forwards. And our insulating layer, as you can see, the round, quite fluffy, you can even see that within this particular image, is give or take in around the 350 kilograms per meter cubed, and our structural layer is closer to about 1600 kilograms per meter cubed. So we pushed on each as lower conductivity on one side, as higher strength on the other. Now, you can't just stop there, can you? You need to build bigger, because a small sample in a lab, again, is that going to work if you actually build a property out of it? So what we did was we persuaded our civil engineers that they didn't need part of the laboratory, so we built a large scale wall. And in fact, we went ahead and, doesn't like me much, does it? Yeah. We went ahead and built two, in which case, actually, they're full height now, and we're going to be structurally testing those in April next year, mostly because it just takes time to go through all the classes that university does, and then Easter means there's a space, time-wise, that you can actually physically do that. As you can see, the technique is shuttered, but it's perforated shuttering. So this improves the drying time, and that's one of the big bugbears as far as earth buildings are concerned. That's the first lift of one of the two walls. They're now 2.3 meters high, and we've actually put enough loading on them. We've put 12.7 tons so far, and the whole thing dropped 2 millimeters, and we think that was mostly the wooden structure that we put everything on. So it's proving to be pretty good. We're looking at doorways in them as well, just to look at detailing. How does that actually physically work? And as you can see, they're working their way up through the laboratory. And we've been using not super modern materials, equipment, but reasonably modern mixers. We're also been planting sensors in them, as you would expect us to. So we're looking at temperature, we're looking at particularly at drying and humidity within the middle of the wall. We've also been looking at coatings. How do you protect a relatively delicate, low-density layer, especially if you decide to use it like a blanket around the outside of the building? Well, you know, you don't want vandalism, you don't want things bumping into it. So we've also been looking at different types of outer render, and we've been putting panels up on buildings around the Plymouth campus to actually test out, and they've been up there for 18 months now. So we've got a good idea of how a render would work in relation to this very low density material. The next stage was, even though it wasn't part of the project we thought we ought to, was to build some prototype buildings. This is the French building. There's one in the UK as well. And it's very much a prototype. It's not meant to offer any particular use, but it was really, really useful about how do you actually build the thing. Of course, you're not looking at the concrete foundations, are you? No, good, that's okay. But the French building went up really well. Little bits of detailing, for instance, cold bridging. As soon as you start introducing a very thermally efficient building, you then need to think about the conductivity leakages to the outside. And you may note, and I don't know whether you can see or not, I just do this. Sorry, Steve. But you can just about see the return there, where the low, it ain't good, is it? If in doubt, take things into your own. There you go. You can see the low density insulating material wraps around the structural to try and ensure that you don't have any of that cold bridging happening. The UK building, this is when it was just about to start the planning process. This is a real test. What we did was we went through the university's finance system with a business case. So basically, what we would refer to as not mucking around. We're going through a commercial procurement system using people in reasonably high places in universities that need to be convinced that building a building from earth on their campus that's going to be used is going to be a good idea. Now, Grenoble has done that a long time ago, and hats off to them. But in the UK, less of a kind of impetus, let us say. So this is the building that we wanted to produce that was going to act as not just a test bed for actually producing the material, but also we wanted it used. And if it wasn't used, that's a problem. Because actually we wanted to know how the building reacted to people being within it. In all sorts of ways, culturally, socially, but mostly environmentally as far as the conditions are concerned in it. See if I can... Yeah. And that's the building 4 weeks ago. It's been built. It was a bit of a mammoth task because can you imagine what the quantity surveyor said, what the structural engineer said, what what the FM person, what the health and safety person said. All these characters are part of the build process. And there's no good thinking you're going to build new earth buildings and ignore these people. No, they're part of the process. They're part of the regulations. They're part of the finance. Somebody needs to insure it. If somebody wants to sell it to somebody, you need to be able to lend money on it. So you need to have a very real attitude if you're thinking about new build as far as earth is concerned. And certainly in the UK, you may be able to bend rules a little bit more and elsewhere. I don't know, but the UK, you just can't. There's also plans for some pilot houses in Normandy. Francois Strieff, who's the architect at the local national park in around Coutances, is actually chatting to some social housing providers to actually have another building built. And we've also got another building going up at this very moment in Norfolk in the UK with the architects Hudson Architects. They're very well-known, award-winning architects. So where are we going to go next? What are the next steps? Well, first of all, we're going to be training builders to construct using cabotage. We were going to be holding a lot of face-to-face training, but in the end, COVID intervened. So what we ended up doing was producing 27 YouTube videos. That might not excite some people here, but excites me because I think it's more kind of didactic, that you can get comments underneath, for instance, the videos. You can actually build a community of people that will actually use the material. We're measuring the embodied carbon now. A little bit of a time and motion going on, but it's really important. New regulations are coming out everywhere, which are limiting the amount of carbon in the building, not just the amount of carbon that's been produced by the building. This is really important because if you think about it, we've got, sorry to mention it, a climate crisis, and it happens to be now. So your building that's got a 60-year life and you're saying it's going to save all this energy over 60 years, great, but we've got a problem now. So the materials you put into the building are a problem now. So if you can cut them now, big advantage. Indoor air quality, we've got IAQ measuring writ large right the way across that building. We've got energy use measurements, we've got moisture measurements. And by IAQ, I mean volatile organic compounds, as well as particulates, as well as the usual things that people would say with indoor air quality, which was more temperature related, possibly running to relative humidity, etc. So to the bigger picture of IAQ. Cost. Again, that procurement process taught me a lot. Yes, you have to think about ways of bringing that down. One of the methods of bringing that cost down may be prefabrication. There's been, Martin Rausch has been producing prefabricated rammed earth for years, and it's wonderful, it's beautiful. Why can't you do it with a 2-layer version like we are? That way you get the beauty and the beast, which is kind of the insulation that goes with it. And then developing a network training and dissemination. We're going to be holding some open days with our Cobboge building on the 16th, 17th of January. And we have a final event which is taking place on the 20th and 21st of March in Caen in Normandy. So, thank you very much indeed for your attention.
Thank you, Steve, for that fascinating glimpse, and we'll be exploring some more of those themes later today and indeed tomorrow. I'm delighted now to introduce Dr. Mohammed Al-Naim, who's professor at the Architectural Engineering Department at the University of Halle. He obtained his PhD in Design and Planning from the University of Colorado at Denver, And his research focuses on searching for urban and architectural core forms in the traditional Najdi-built environments of the central region here in Saudi Arabia. He's the head of architectural heritage and research studies at Daphnia and has many years of experience as an architect, urban planner and design consultant. Dr. Mohammed.
Assalamu alaikum. I would like to start by thanking DGDA for today's invitation and giving the opportunity to speak about an uncommon topic in the region. So bear with me. We're going to speak today about the traditional earthen architecture in Saudi Arabia, but from a theoretical, philosophical, and architectural perspective. So we're going to shift the course from technical presentations to more architectural process and design. So I will start with architectural feminology. And what is architectural feminology? Architectural feminology basically is to move away from the straightforward metaphysic and empirical investigation of the object, which means that you try to investigate architecture through its essence and through its process of making, which also means that you have to orient yourself to emphasize on the human experience, their background, their intention, their historical reflection, as well as the interpretation of religion, of culture, of their social experience, and ethical consideration on the architecture and the built environment itself. So examining the architecture through feminology means that you have to orient yourself to investigate the process, not the product. So after you understand the process, the product can be replicated, reinvented, or reproduced through understanding the process of making of the architecture. So today, I'm going to present 4 main concepts, and these 4 main concepts not necessarily exclusive to architectural feminology. It always depends on how you investigate the said architecture that you want to try to understand. But for today's speech and for the interest of Najdi architecture, we're going to focus on the physical form, which is the spatial and physical characteristics that characterize the built environment, and understanding the appearance of the form, as well understanding the process of creating and making places through understanding how people characterize the places, how they transmit their socio-cultural and shared views, as well understanding the culture and tradition that are transmitted and infused in the architecture. So after understanding these 3 main concepts, then you will have the ability to understand the use of the architecture and how the inhabitant infused their culture and social experience and behavior in this architecture, as well understanding the embedded and implicit meaning that are infused in the architecture. What are the social and intangible reflection of this architecture? So, for example, in an architectural and urban level, if you want to understand architecture through feminology and understand Najdi architecture through feminology and through the phenomena of architecture, we have the opportunity to examine it through regional level or at the scale of the plot, which is the structure, the dwelling. What is the difference between both approaches? They are both correct, but the difference on the information and the output that you will investigate. So at the regional level, you will have the opportunity to examine different phenomena, different cultural interpretation, different understanding of social experience and behavior at the regional level. This means you will have the ability to compare and contrast between what is happening, for example, in At-Turayf with the Old Riyadh, with Al-Khabra and Al-Qasim. All 3 are Najdi architecture, but they have different representation of Najdi architecture. They have different urban fabric, different built environment, different implementation of architectural and characteristics of Najd. So this is at the regional level, so we'll have different opportunity to compare and contrast between different phenomena, different factors, different values and aspects, while at the plot level, you will only have the opportunity to examine it through architecture and structure and element. So they are both correct, but how much information and what kind of information you are trying to investigate ask you to either go at the regional level or at the plot level. As well, you have to examine it through different scales and different levels. So you have to examine it at the urban level to understand how the built environment and place is created and understand the urban fabric and structure. You have to examine the structure itself, which is the architectural form. You have to examine the architectural element as well and how it's placed and located within the structure and how it's reflected at the urban level. As well, you have to examine the appearance aspects. What is the condition of the color and texture and how it integrate and interrelate with the pattern and the characteristic of the Najdi architecture, the structure itself, the craftsmanships and their ability and skills at that time. As well, the contextual aspect, which is very important. What is the environmental condition, the topography, the climate, the condition of the site, reflect and affect and influence the product and the architecture. Also the economic aspects, the political aspects, as well as the socio-cultural and religious aspect that is transmitted and infused in the architecture. So phenomena is not a linear approach. It's not starting from point A to point B. It's a matrix of ideas, layers of aspects and values and factors that you have to investigate in parallel with other concepts and ideas. So you have to investigate like the urban scale and what is the influence of the culture and texture at the urban scale and what is the influence of these two factors on the structure itself. So you have to be multitasking to examine the phenomena of the architecture that you are trying to investigate at different levels. So I will present one example today about Najdi architecture through this perspective and through this idea. And here I'm examining the hierarchy of spaces within the built environment and starting the questioning myself actually. Which came first? Did the gate and the fence and the public street came first or the quarters and neighborhoods came first? To answer this question is very complex because you have to examine the built environment through a diachronic approach. That means you have to examine it through time, the production of the settlement through time. You have to examine the morphological analysis of the built environment and understand which came first. But it's not our case today. What is important is to understand that there is a holistic mechanism to how the Najdi built environment is produced, which is the gates are always attached to the public streets and the public street always attached and integrated with each other. And usually the significant buildings such as the palaces, the mosques, the markets, always integrated with this public space. This leaves the quarters and the neighborhoods are in a distance, which give the opportunity for the quarter and the neighborhood and the locals that are living at the quarter to create their own decision-making process to how to create their neighborhood. And this creation does not influence how the built environment as a whole is working. So what's happening at the market level or at the street level, at the macro level, does not affect what is happening at the micro level or at the meso level. So there is a holistic mechanism to how the built environment is working by segmenting the built environment into different levels and into different sectors to give the opportunity to each sector to produce his placemaking through his need and to transmit his culture and tradition and his social needs in this part of the built environment without influencing the holistic order of the said environment. Here, after examining the hierarchy of spaces at the macro level within the built environment, I start investigating the different streets and different patterns within the Najdi settlements, and I found that there is 3 types of patterns. There is the public street, where all it connect with the gate and connect with the significant buildings or the market or the public realm. And in this type of the street, it's usually wide. The doors of the dwellings or the structure are less apparent in this type of structure, this type of streets, because it's more oriented for public. And usually the buildings at this type of street have 2 doors, one at the main street and one at the secondary street. So they place the door at the secondary street and leave the door at the public more solid. This is usually at the macro level of the built environment, while at the meso and at the micro, where the quarters and neighborhoods more apparent, the street are less wider, more compacted, more dense. The doors are more apparent because it's a dwelling structure oriented. Now the street here is more private. The walls are more solid, enclosed. The privacy is very restricted. That means the doors are less facing each other to ensure that the privacy is not provoked or not, and there is no conflict of privacy. So that means there is a mechanism also on how to place the door element of the structure within the built environment, depending on the street type and where is the location of the street within the built environment. Now, like at the micro analysis, now after examining the door, now we have the ability to examine the spatial organization of the Najdi dwelling. And I found that the door is the most significant element to how to shape and spatially organize the Najdi house, because the placement of the door influence how you spatially organize the other functions inside the house. Why? Because the door is your getaway between the private realm and the public realm. So the door have to ensure that it's not interacting with other doors within the neighborhood. The door have to ensure that when it's open, does not conflict the privacy of the courtyard where the family gather and sit. When the door open, have to ensure like a smooth transition between the street to the guest space. That means the door usually have a threshold, which is the green layer, and usually staggered, not, you have to, when you enter, you either face a guest room door or you face a solid wall, and then you have to move inside, go inside the house, then move to the courtyard. So you cannot view the courtyard from the outside. And this is also a mechanism that praise social behavior, which is welcoming the guest. Usually the Najdi inhabitants and other regions in Saudi Arabia and the Gulf region and most Middle Eastern countries, Islamic countries, welcome the guests. And part of welcoming the guest is leaving the door of the house opening, which signifies a cultural meaning that you are welcome to enter our house. But at the same time, leaving the door open means that your privacy is provoked. So how we solve this? This conflict of interest is by where is the placement of the door, the threshold, having the guest space near the door. The courtyard is not viewed from the threshold or from the door or from the public street. That's why I believe that the location of the door is very significant within the Najdi dwellings, because it's influence how the other internal family functions are organized based on the placement of the door within the quarter or the neighborhood. Here, examining the element of the door itself, the different decorations, the different implementation of the door. And here we can see, we can observe that there is from basic ornamentation to dense ornamentation with color and motifs and highly textured presentation. Here the door is very significant because the Najdi dwellings or the Najdi built environment usually look alike. The walls and texture mostly similar, mostly enclosed, mostly intact, mostly compacted. The facade surface of the dwelling is not it's not large enough to invest on ornamentation, especially at the quarter and neighborhood dwelling. So they use the door element as a way to socially signify, for example, wealth, to signify, for example, wealth, and then also the door is used as a wayfinding element within the Najdi built environments. So they use the door and the type of the door and the texture and the ornamentation that is implemented in the door itself as a wayfinding tool within the compacted Najdi urban fabric. Here another example for examining the parapet element, its location, its physical formation, its relationship to other Najdi elements at the facade level, and it is found that there is different physical formation, different typological presentation to this element, and usually this element appears first on significant buildings, usually appear on buildings that are either at the meso level and at the macro level. They rarely appear at the micro level, which is where the neighborhoods and the dwellings are, because at the first place, it's the quarter level, it's very compacted and dense urban structure. The facade is very limited. There is, in this way, there is no place to place this element at the first place. And usually the Najdis use these elements to reflect social status. So if no one will see this element, there is no economical beneficial of implementing the element at the micro level. So that's why they only use it at the meso and the macro level. That's why you see it on mosques. That's why you see it on the marketplaces, on public spaces. You see it on the palaces. You rarely see it on dwelling structures and small structures within the Najdi built environment. Here examining the famous triangular element of Najd architecture. And it is found that there is three layers of implementation of this element. First is utilitarian, which is mostly functional. The second one is decorative. And the third one is symbolic, as a symbolic representation of the element. Also, the element, again, mostly apparent on significant buildings that are overlooking a public realm or open space, a building that is near a public street, and start less apparent when you go at the meso and micro level. Less apparent at the exterior facade, but it's mostly apparent at the interior of the building. That's just like the palace we are in here. The element is inside the building, overlooking the courtyard to provide daylight for these spaces, while the exterior structure is enclosed. So it's a different implementation of the element between the micro and meso and macro level. Here examining the formation of the element and what is the difference between the dwelling structure, which is either small to medium, then to large, then to palaces. It's about the density, about the surface of the facade that is available to produce and implement this element. Here, examining more architecturally the physical formation and proportion of the element, and if we look closely and carefully through an architectural lens, we can observe that there is a grid that defines how you place and orient the element, and how you position the element within the facade. This will help us to create endless formation of the pattern within an architecture, within an aesthetic way and a proportional way, and as a logical way as well. Here, a very historic, an ordinary historical image of Najdi architecture. It's actually in At-Turayf. And if I ask if anyone can describe this image. So what could you say about this image? Anyone? Well, beauty hard to define, but it's beautiful. Yes, that's beautiful. But through phenomenology and understanding architecture, through phenomena, through essence, through process of making, we can critically examine this image. We can critically examine this image. So how? We have the street, and this is, I believe, at the quarter level. So the street is leading to a door, and the door is placed very carefully here at this image to be on the center of the street, to be a wayfinding element, to signify social status of the owner house. That's why the door is decorative. We see there is a kind of setback for the door to ensure some kind of privacy. As well as if we look at the triangle element, which is called forja above the door, we can see it like it's more decorative. And through examination, through understanding the phenomena of Najdi architecture, I could say that there is a summer guest room above the door. That's why the forja is this element is placed the way it is, because it's a decorative, provide decoration for the guest space inside the guest room, but also provide a daylight and ventilation for the guest space after cooking the Arabic coffee and firing the pit, which is the wajar. This is above the door, but at the same time, the element appears on the left, but it's more utilitarian, more functional. That means it's placed on the wall very in a simple way too, because it's more functional. It's near the ceiling, above the eye level. It's meant to be. It's meant to only provide ventilation and daylight. It's not meant for decoration. It's not meant to provide any kind of view for the user inside the house. As well as if we look carefully on the roof, we can see that the parapet element is using the corner, and this is a symbolic cultural significance, that it means that this roof is not used. There is no way to reach that roof. That's why there is no need to implement this element in a repetitive way, because usually the Najdis use the repetitive pattern of the shurfa when they use the roof to ensure privacy conflict is intact between two houses, or between what's happening at the street level and at the roof. So through understanding the process of making of Najdi architecture, we cannot just look at an image and say, yes, it represents Najdi architecture. That's the short answer. But we also can we can critically examine an image, just an image. How about if we have like enough data and information and historical information that we can examine and critically investigate? Let's imagine how much information we can understand about the architecture. Here more summary of different analysis of different Najdi elements, where I examined the triangular element, the extrude triangular element, its placement, its beneficial and its environmental factor, as well as the Najdi column, its placement, its proportion, and its association with other Najdi elements within the courtyard, within the arcade or al-riwaq and the marketplace, the famous tarma element, its different usage between the dwellings and between the watchtowers and fences, examining the colors and appearance and texture of the Najdi architecture and how they collaborate and work each other to characterize the Najdi element. Here, like a more examination of the Najdi architecture through this perspective. So if anyone interested about the architectural phenomenology and especially understanding Najdi architecture through phenomena and through process of making, you can look at these research articles that I have been published for the last couple of years. But I will end with this final thought: why understanding architectural phenomenology? First, to ensure the presence of cultural and natural dimension while examining the architecture. It's ensure the bonding of tangible and intangible aspects. It's ensure the wholeness and intactness of various components, as well as it's ensure the integrity of historical structure, social, functional, and visual aesthetic of the architecture. As well, it's enhance the revival of displaced vernacular architecture and tradition. So we will have the ability to understand how to replicate and reinvent the Najdi architecture. Enhance the quality of the produced architecture in general. So because we're going to understand the process, we're going to understand the phenomena. So we will have the ability to understand the design process of not Najdi architecture specifically, but any type of architecture. It will enhance the contemporary and modern regional architecture, as well as enhance the architectural identity of the region. Thank you for listening. And
Thank you so much, Dr. Mohammed. Really fascinating analysis of earthen buildings in the Nejd, and we look forward to hearing a lot more on that subject and on. We've now got a few minutes for Q&A. We're going to break slightly early for lunch, so I'll tell you in a minute. But if Professor Steve could join us, and Professor Hisham, if he's still with us. We have roving mics available, so if anyone has any questions, please do. If you could wait till the roving mic reaches you. Questions, anyone? Yes, over there, thank you. Thank you, Banda.
First of all, I would like to thank the panelists for a very interesting presentation. My question to Dr. Mohammed. From looking at the phenomenology of the aspect of architecture and the Najdi architecture, when it comes to sharaf and especially the forms that are found at the end of the building, do you think from your study that there is a way that this type of formation can signify who lives in this place? Like, for example, I know that from antiquities and from archaeology, that this type of design or motive, as we look at al-majmara or the incense burner, so it gives a sense of ascension as climbing into the heavens. So when I see a design, a step design for a sharaf, it just comes into my mind that it might signify that this person holds maybe maybe a religious position or a scholarship position. So do you think that this is possible? Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for the question, but this element is more climatic solution and aesthetic visual aesthetic presentation. If it's related to a group of people within the community, then we will see it on like a selection of buildings within the built environment. It's not possible to trace the type, or is it belong to a religious person or belongs to a regular local resident, because it's more an architectural element than a representation of who lived there. Maybe we can track down the craftsmen that built, like if we go back and trace the motifs and decorations of the doors, and who are the craftsmanships that were available, and at that time we can start examine the patterns of the doors and who built them and who they belong to. But usually the Central Region architecture is more socially structured oriented, which means that usually the quarters and neighborhoods are family and extended family oriented. We have several precedents of quarters that are named after family names. I will not say the names, but they are named after family names. That means that the quarter belonged to a certain family, and this helped them to produce maybe like an architecture that is not found in other quarters because it's belonged to them, it belongs to how they use. But the short answer, we cannot know which type of resident that was living in this building based on the architecture, but we can know if this building is significant or not based on the elements and the representation of the architecture within the building.
Thank you. I think there was a question behind.
Thank you for the presentations. Divina Abu Jawdi from Lebanon. I was curious to know more about the foundations and the relation of the different type of earth construction with the different types of soil. Anybody talked about this? And no? The
Steve, I think that's one for you.
I think it's for Mr. Dr. Stephen.
Just checking. Good question, very good question, because as we all know, without decent foundations, not only do you not have structural integrity, but you also have thermal problems. And if we're looking at trying to improve the insulation right the way through the property, you're also trying to do that within the foundations as well. Certainly within the prototype buildings, one of them was just really the foundation was there to hold the walls up. That was it. It was will this work? Because it's very high on the innovative S-curve. So it was purely, as you probably saw, concrete. However, the Plymouth building is actually a dual wall with glass foamed insulation within the middle. It's also glass foamed in floor as well. And what we've kind of run with is a theory of it's something kind of, okay, it's a little bit UK centric, but the blue Smarty system. There's some suites, and the suites are coloured, and just occasionally you get a blue one, and the kids like the blue ones because they're trying to find the blue Smarty. So within the building, you're allowing yourself an extravagance, let us say. So you use concrete, but you minimize it, and you use it where it's the best thing. It's really the material where it's best suited, and quite often limited use in foundations is actually one of the best uses for concrete. And if we can manage to, as we have done, used high PFA versions of the cement used in the concrete, you can buy down that carbon footprint from it, but still maintain structural stability and durability.
And what about historically? You are saying that you can, historically, I mean. Also.
I beg your pardon. Historically, Steve will probably show you some pictures of some plinths that cod buildings are built
Well, one
from.
plinth.
But what's that?
One plinth.
Oh, one plinth. That'll do. That's a plinth. They're quite often in some of the really early buildings. They were masonry, stone, but they were kind of derived from dry stoning. So dry stone walls, but with an earth mortar between them. In latter stages, they were masonry, but with lime. Sometimes they would actually have footings underneath them. Sometimes they would just have compressed earth, and then they would build from that. But definitely within a maritime climate, as opposed to a hot, dry climate, it's imperative that the rain splash is kept away from the cod. Apologies.
Thank you. We've relied a lot on this relies very much on the support of plinths, as we'll see later on. We've certainly in the UK relied in past years a lot on the marvellous support of plinth jars. Oh, come on. I'm only here one day. Question here. Oh, sorry. Can we have the mic here next, please? Thank you.
Good afternoon, it's Elisabetta Carnevale. I'm an earth construction consultant. And I have a question for Professor Goodhue as well, because I think cob is a really incredible technique with a low carbon footprint, and it has a great tradition in many regions of the world, even here in the kingdom. And I'm wondering why there is such a narrow attempt to really use it in contemporary architecture. I know about some attempts in France that you're probably aware of, but none really in the UK, and I hope you can correct me and tell me that actually there is interest from the designer side, from contemporary designers on this technique, since there is such a large tradition in the area. And if you know of any other area in the world where cob is actually having a comeback in contemporary architecture. Thank you.
Sure. Hello, that's better. Looking at the why not, first of all, and then looking at what's actually happening, secondly. The material itself is a lot thicker in its dimensions than an awful lot of other earth building techniques, which tends to mean that it dries out more slowly, which then tends to mean that you have a limited cod building season if you are purely, in a maritime climate at least, going to physically put them up. So you can start in March and you kind of finish around November, and you don't build in that. That's off-putting to clients. Clients want things when they want them, so that's problematic. Also, it needs a skill set. And that skill set, and it will lead me on to the cod building question, is being diminished right away across the globe. It's people that have traditionally built have just passed away, in which case those skills have been lost at the same time. However, people like Camille and Fernando, who we've listened to a little bit earlier today, certainly training is one of the big things on their agenda. Speaking from the Caboche project, we have been actually approached by quite a lot of architects, because there is a little kind of element which allows you leeway within the planning regulations. It was the wonderfully named paragraph 79. Yeah, that's regulations for you. Has now been updated. It's now paragraph 80, which basically says if you come up with an innovative design, the planners will look upon it even if normally they would turn it down. And that's one of the methods that's meant that architects, certainly in the UK, have certainly been contacting us and saying, your technique's really innovative, could we use it? So it may actually be one of the answers, that you allow a route to build with ultra-low carbon materials, using vernacular forms with traditional materials that embody the culture and around that particular area, and that may be one of the possible solutions.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Usubi Sako, Kyoto Seika University from Japan. I would like to ask Dr. Mohammed a question. So in this design, so for example, like I'm doing research in JNA on Hausa and sometimes in Mauritania, you can see all the time the geometrical form into buildings. And also sometimes, as you say, maybe it's not visible here, but in those places you can see that, okay, this tribe or this ethnic group, you know, I mean, adapt this kind of design, or they have this kind of decoration on their doors. So, and usually you see those kind of decoration in a most, like, I mean, Islamic influential area. So I would like to ask you if there is any religious influence which brings those kind of forms, if you can answer me. Thank you.
That's a great question, but I don't believe that there is a religious reference to this element. It's more about the capability of the Adobe material and the climatic condition. They are trying to create openings, but at the same time to be small, to be covered in the winter and opened in the summer. So big openings are not beneficial in this kind of in this type of architecture. As well, if you can trace down the element and see it all across the regions, not only in the Najd, that means that it's part of the flexibility of the Adobe structure, and it's part of the genetic of the Adobe structure to implement this type of element, because I believe there is a structural reason behind the triangle. But the short answer, I don't believe there is a religious reference. Maybe in other countries, but in Najd architecture, there is no religious symbolic reference to this element. It's more about functionality, decorative and symbolic social representation. But maybe in Africa, maybe in South America, maybe there is a religious reference to it. It needs like more investigation. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for those questions. I'm sure there are lots more, but we're going to break a little bit early because this afternoon, not on your printed schedule, we've got an added bonus for the programme of a panel on vernacular earthen architecture. So if we break now at 1:15, so if you could be here back in your seats at 2:15 precisely, please do during the lunch break as well. Visit the wonderful student presentations from King Abdulaziz University. We've been delighted to receive such high-quality presentations, so please do go have a look. But can I thank, lastly, all our morning speakers for a brilliant start to this seminar. Thank you.
you.
can just whisper in your ear. No. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could take your seats, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, take your seats, please. We have a packed program for this afternoon. As I mentioned, not just the scheduled lectures, but also we're delighted to include, we're very keen to do this, a panel session at around 3:15 on earthen vernacular architecture. But in the meantime, it's my absolute delight to introduce our dear friends and colleagues from TRITA, the Royal Institute of Traditional Arts, who have been working, as they'll explain, a lot on, not just on the idea of making Adobe, but also on teaching courses and involving students. The team there is led by Dr. Ahmed Al-Idris, who many of you will know. Dr. Ahmed is Dean of the Cultural Heritage and Museum College at TRITA, which also deals with vernacular architecture and conservation. He's a PhD in architectural conservation from the University of Valencia. See, it all fits together, doesn't it, the Earth world? And is a former winner of the King Salman Prize for Studies and Research of History of the Arabian Peninsula. It's my absolute pleasure to introduce our team from TRITA.
Okay, assalamu alaikum. Okay, so it is our pleasure to be in Taif today and also to present one of the most interesting programs that we're running in the Royal Institute of Traditional Art. That's a program is called Apprenticeship Program in Traditional Building Technique with Mud Construction. Where is the remote? الريموت هذا هو الريموت. Okay. Okay, so today in our seminar, we just we're going to introduce the Royal Institute of Traditional Art, just briefly, and also to introduce the Earthen Building Apprenticeship Program. And later on, my colleague Badr and Rivan, they're going to present the journey of the program, especially during the first round of the program this year. And what is the evaluation process for the student, and what is the next, and introducing our apprenticeship program student. And we're going to present a video showing the program entirely that present also our students. So the Royal Institute of Traditional Art is focusing to providing education and training in field of traditional art and in cultural heritage. So obviously focusing to conserve heritage aspect and also traditional art. So the vision to enriching and pioneering Saudi traditional art locally and globally. Empowering TRITA missions is to empowering national capability in field of Saudi traditional art through the creative environment work to provide and develop Saudi traditional art. So the main goal in TRITA is, as I mentioned, in education and in training program, focusing in building capacity for the new generation to be part on Saudi industrial heritage, culture, and in restoration work and conservation work. So let's focus on the main program that we are focused in TRITA, the educational program. The first program is continuous education program, which I mean the short courses, and apprenticeship program, and academic program. In TRITA, we are running several short courses related to the theoretical courses, like introducing to the UNESCO and inventory of intangible cultural heritage, and other practical course related to the book art, fashion and textile art, and applied art, and building art. The second educational program that we run in TRITA, that apprenticeship program, The apprenticeship program, its main idea is to transfer the skills and the knowledge from the craftsman to the new generation. So that's the main concept of apprenticeship program. So the program is divided into 3 levels. Each level had its outcome, skills, and capacity that we need the student to gain it from the craftsman. The third program that we run, academic program, that we are going to establish a new academic program, a master's degree and diploma degree in the 3 main areas: performance art, museum and heritage study, and visual art. Nowadays, we are located in the Al Fouta district, which is located in the center of Riyadh, and we have other branch in Jeddah, historical Jeddah, and hopefully in the next couple of years we will be in King Salman Park, our new campus. So now let's move on, talk deeply about our apprenticeship program in mud construction. Okay, so we have saying in Trita that the local expert craftsmen are the treasure of the program, I mean our program, apprenticeship program, and are the base of sustaining the crafts. So this is a general definition of what is the apprenticeship program. The program is 90% of the program is practical, and 10% which is theoretical part. So in this 10%, the student gain a knowledge about the architectural character and how is the material behavior. So the reason why the student take this 10% of theoretical part to know the value of the material and the value of the architectural element when they work on the site. So the requirement to accept the student in the program, just anyone who's interested in construction, and 18 years and above, we accept any student. So obviously in our program, last year, we have some students had a master's degree, and also we have a high school degree in the program. And we are running a special evaluation process to accept the student, part of it which is interview and practical evaluation. So my colleague Badr and Rivan, they're going to present the journey of the program deeply.
Hi everyone, I just want to say again that it's a pleasure to be here tonight, or today, among all of you. I'm going to talk now about the earthen prototype construction, which is the aspect of the project that took the longer, I would say, time and the most exciting part. The prototype itself, we're going to take you through a visual representation of all of the phases that the apprentices have gone through. And if I want to classify that into different stages, I would say they started from basically analyzing the soil. So they did not start from building, but they started from soil testing. I wouldn't say that they started from the 0 point, I would say from beyond. So we started introducing them to different types of soils and to understand their different features, and then they prepared the materials, they prepared the site, and then they started the building process, as well as finishing it, plastering it, and also using ornamentations. So this is a journey where they've gone through and have, gained a lot of knowledge and skill, which is something that makes us very proud at this stage to see the very first round ending by the time where we can share this with you now. They started with different tests to the soil, such as the cigar tests and other compression tests and plasticity tests, where you can see in the images, and even more than that. We also gave them an elementaire experience, which is basically turning raw earth materials into building materials. This was we got a lot of positive feedback from the students about this specific part, because this was a very special part of the program, and it's worth mentioning that this program is the first in the region as a training program apprenticeship, and it's a long duration. So we had an international partner, which is Crater. These are some of the images of their basically interference in the program. And then they start from the very beginning, after finishing the soil testing and getting the materials ready. So they worked on preparing the heap, as well as working on producing the adobe bricks, which is something very exciting. This happens on a daily basis. They always have extra, I would say, capacity to build more and more. So they always have more bricks than needed. So that's, whenever they have free time, they're just making adobe bricks. That's what they do even in their bricks. And then they also test the mortar, so they would have different percentages, create their own mixtures, and see where is the point where it's successful, and then that mixture, they basically use it in their prototype. Since this craft traditionally is a very collective craft, so they worked in groups, but we made sure that every apprentice of them had a rotation where they try each and every aspect or stage in the whole process. So by the end of it, we make sure that everyone is capable of doing all of these stages individually. And this is what my colleague Badr later on will present. They also did all of the excavation works. They selected the stones for the foundation. They selected the stones for also the columns, which you can see in the images. This is when they started filling it. And this is the foundation as well. So they used everything like in its, kind of cultural, traditional manner. It was very, it wasn't so high-tech. They used everything as it was supposed to be. But then we've introduced them into like modern day, we'd say, tools and techniques. In the prototype, they used the main two techniques which have been used is the COBS technique as well as the Adobe Bricks technique. However, we have done like an experiment in one of the corners. They have tried the rammed earth. However, because it was not very traditional two-edged, so we didn't focus a lot on that technique, but we focused on the two main techniques, which are COBS and Adobe Bricks. This is when they started finishing the walls. And then the staircase as well. And I'm very excited to show all of you the final result. So this is also a continuation of the staircase construction. The column cladding. And they also, again, tried different mixtures of plastering. Each and every one of them had their own sort of sample, and then they checked on a living wall to see which one is the more successful one. This is when they were finishing the prototype, all of the plastering works, and then by the very end of the program, they started also to do traditional ornamentation, like in a class, to learn how to decorate and draw. And this is the final result. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Dr. Ahmed and my colleague Rifan for explaining Trita as well as the program. So after you guys have seen the journey that our apprentices have indulged in, this was a collaborative effort. All of our apprentices have partnered together with the craftsmen, one of which is actually in the attendance, two of which actually. They were able to produce such a prototype. In order for us to say that we have successfully built a capacity or resources, human resources that are able to work on traditional building techniques, we had to go or to take the program a step further and to test the knowledge that they've gained in an individual scale. And that is why we have developed a final evaluation, which is a miniature prototype, a mock-up, if I may, of a wall, an L-shaped wall, which puts together all of the techniques and all of the different aspects of traditional Najdi buildings that they've learned in the program. This prototype spans in a 1.5 meter by 1.5 meter and the thickness of the wall is 50, similar to which the one that they've used in the prototype in the program. And within it was the two different techniques that were used in the program, as well as the foundation works. They had to also create a window so that they could treat or use the wood, as well as the decorative elements towards the end. So very briefly, walking through the different phases, we had divided the final evaluation into two different phases, the preparation phase as well as the implementation. Within the preparation, we had directed the apprentices to make the Adobe bricks, so the Adobe production phase, as well as the proper stone selection of the foundation, treating the tamarisk wood to be used for the windows, because they wouldn't be able to use it in its natural form. They would have to cure the wood using, well, I mean, that's a secret of our craft. You guys are gonna have to visit us in Trita to learn that. And preparing the foundation cavity, ensuring the quality of the Adobe bricks, mixing the plastering material, as well as all of the other steps that I don't want to bore you in. And then for the building stage, we pretty much started all the way from the foundation. Each of our students had to lay down the stones that they've selected, make sure that they were perfectly stacked, and then build up. I can skip to the timeline, because it was 14 days that all of those apprentices had to finish up the mock-up. That's a very tight schedule for each student to finish their projects. And they had to follow our strict directions because we were dealing with the program as if they were actual contractors on site. So we gave them the timeline, we gave them the materials, and all they had to do is implement the knowledge that they've learned on site. And the techniques used, to mention it again, was the building, the stones, as well as the Adobe bricks and cob techniques, and the building openings. Openings is a very crucial part of Najdi architecture. Woodworks apply into it, as well as the structural analysis and all of that. They didn't get to that part, but there's primitive knowledge that applies into the logic of how wide the wood piece or the tamarisk would have to be in order for it to handle the weight of the mud above. So this was the primitive site map that we gave to our apprentices. It doesn't have much information, but what it does have is the exact plot for each student, as well as the orientation. And now I'm just going to take you briefly through all of our students' projects, so that you can put the faces on their project, right? Just like Dr. Ahmed have mentioned, our apprentices have a vast array of experiences. Some of them have a bachelor in architecture or other building environment or building related degrees, and some other actually are secondary education with experience in traditional building, and that was part of the criteria of their selection. So here's our first apprentice, Ahmed Al-Amri, and this was the process that he went through, or his journey through the final project. You can see from the start up there in the left, or sorry, the right, is the first day with the foundation works, and then at 14 is his finished product. Ahmed Shimri, he's an example of one of the apprentices which didn't have a higher degree or a bachelor's degree. He had a secondary education, but he had significant experience in traditional building techniques, and it really showed in his effort and his, how familiar he was with the building material. Sorry, this is lagging. Yeah, so this is his work. Ali Al-Haji, which is actually one of our apprentices who traveled all the way from Eastern Saudi in order to learn the craft. So this is something that we also welcome at Trita. Sara Al-Jhani, who's from west of Saudi. She's from Jeddah city, or for those who don't know. And this is her project as well. And if you can see, some of the projects actually have traditional ornamentation in different forms because we allowed or we gave our apprentices the artistic freedom for them to know or use or decorate the walls however they wanted to. I mean, within the Najdi tradition or within the Najdi ornaments manual. Rashid al-Dubayyan, Wasaif al-Jhani, Muad Faqih. He was one of our most accurate in terms of implementation. Abdurrahman al-Muammari, Fatma Msaad, Fahd al-Umran, Abdulaziz al-Haydar, Sami al-Shihri, and then last but not least is Wa'ad al-Ahmari, who's the youngest participant in our program. What's next? So what we have just presented in front of all of you is the first level of our program. In order for us to ensure the sustainability of the craft, we need our apprentices to participate in real life projects, and that will take part in the second and third level of the program. Our role in that, in their evolution is to give them the guidance and the mentorship that they need, which will happen through the evaluation rounds as well as the consultations that we're going to provide in in their journey. And then before we leave you, we want to play a video that is going to take some of your time, 5 minutes of your precious time, but it will show you in another format the journey of our apprentices. It was a very emotional experience to me to have witnessed the first generation of Saudi craftsmen in traditional building techniques after we have neglected the craft. And you guys are going to share that with us. Thank you.
احنا مخلوقين من طين وبنرجع في طين يعني ممارسة يعني شيء جميل حتى من الصغر يعني.
الإنسان الموجود طالع تحته وشاف الطين موجود وقام بنى فيه.
نشرب تراب عادي، شاهي كل يوم الصبح في تراب عادي يلا نشربه. يعني مشاركتي في المعهد يمكن أقدر أقول عنه إنه حلم متحقق. قلت مستحيل أساساً يكلموني، مستحيل أنقبل، بس هذا أحلى موقف.
لأن عشناها جربناها من البداية، من جز الصوف من الخروف لغسله لنسجه، فكانت التجربة حلوة وكنا نتعب عشان يطلع قطعة صغيرة، فكان هذا صراحة شيء عجيب بالنسبة لي إنه كيف كانوا حريمنا أول يتعبون.
أقدر أقول عنهم كذا أهل يعني مرت فيهم أشياء سلبية وأشياء إيجابية، بس نفس شعور اللي يعني تمرين مع الأهل.
جيت الرياض خصيصاً عشان البرنامج، كان لي 5 شهور متزوجة، أحس إني أعطي حب لكل طينة، يعني كل طينة أحطها حب، والحب ذا خلاني أفقد خاتمي. يعني جداري حرفياً قيمته 35,000 من ألماس.
أتوقع أن عندي كنز، فعلا أنا عندي كنز. أنا يوم أدخل معهد كنت أعتقد أنه يعني بناء بالطين تراث عادي، بقعد أجرب حظي، إن طلعت بفائدة طلعت ما طلعت عادي ماني بخسران شيء. لكن عقب ما دخلت لا أحس جتني مسؤولية لازم أنقل الشيء اللي عندي للناس اللي عقبي.
لما نجي نمد الخيط ما نمد خيطين 3، لا نمد 400 خيط 600 خيط، بعدين استوعب انه في بالوسط في مشكلة فاضطر افك حول 300 خيط او اكثر بعد عشان اعدله. فهذه واحدة من المناوشات اللي دائما تصير بيني وبين الخيوط. وانا اشتغل حابة كل خطوة اسويها، يعلمني مهارات ما كنت متوقعة وعندي تصور انه ممكن اتعلمها.
أقرر أغير اللون ففك كل شيء وأعيده من جديد. يعني فعلا الحمد لله النخبة طيبة اللي اجتمعت معهم هنا.
هو كل 9 شهور احنا نضحك، كل 9 شهور نضحك. أنا التحقت من المعهد، التحقت بالمعهد جاي من بيت طين، يعني جاي كنت أشتغل.
شعور فخر إني تعلمت الشيء هذا وأتقنته.
شيء شهور والله تدري كلنا معبس ما ضحك.
كان الحرفيات لما يجونا يقولوا لي إن اسمك أصيل لكن من اسمك نصيب، إن حبيتي الغزل. يعني أول لما تسألين أي شخص السدو من يطري السدو، من يسوي السدو، لكن الحين أشوفه المستقبل.
يعني شغلي كله كنت في المتحف الوطني في المختبر، ما أطلع في الشمس كثير. فأول يوم ضربتني الشمس أذكر ذاك اليوم وفقدت الوعي، يعني يمكن أبو 5 دقائق 3 دقائق وصحيت.
أول يوم عملي جتني إصابة، فبعد حسيت إنه خلاص بدأ العمل. برنامج جميل جدا وجميل بما تعني الكلمة.
كلها لها تفاصيل ممتعة، كل يوم نجرب شيء ثاني، كل يوم نشوف شيء ثاني، كل يوم خطوة ثانية، كل يوم تجيك أشياء ممتعة، أشياء ترغبك في الشغلانة، تتعلمها مهارتها، كيف تكتسبها.
كان أصعب تحدي يواجههم هو أنهم أخذوا حرفة المجتمع غفل عنها لفترة طويلة.
وأحب أذكرهم بالقيمة المضافة اللي حتكون لهم لهذا المجتمع ولاستدامة حرفة البناء بالطين في السعودية.
ما تجي الخبرة إلا من الممارسة، يعني أنا اللي أقدم لهم إنه يستمر عشان يوصل مثل زي أنا ما وصلت أو أي واحد حرفي وصل للشيء هذا. هم بدأوا من الصفر، يعني ما كان عندهم أي خلفية عن البناء التقليدي أو الخاصيات حقت البناء التقليدي، مثلا عروق أو لبن.
طبعا أقول لهم الله يوفقكم، بالعكس أنا جاية أتعلم مو أعلم. لما أشوفهم أقول يعني ما شاء الله وش بيوصلون بعد 6 شهور، ما براح أقول سنة، بعد 6 شهور وش بيصيروا.
أنا البنات فتهم وأفادوني. كان حلم لنا المعهد، ما هو بس للمتدرب، لا للمتدرب والمدرب. فكنت أسمع يعني كثير كلام محبط إلين ما شاء الله جتنا الرؤية صراحة انقلت السدو نقلة. يعني أنا بنفسي أقول قام حظ السدو صراحة.
لهم مستقبل بإذن الله إن شاء الله واعد، يعني حتى لو إن شاء الله الشباب تخرجوا أنا واقف معاهم بالشيء اللي يحتاجه.
21 متتلمذ ومتتلمذة كان السبب الرئيسي لالتحاقهم بالبرنامج. وقت ما نسألهم هو شغف بالفنون التقليدية، جدا شغوفين، جدا حاسين بدورهم وأهمية الفنون، وعلشان كذا كانوا جزء من هذا الإنجاز.
إذا نسأل عن كلمة واحدة أوصف فيها كل اللي مريت فيه في المعهد فهو
تبادل ثقافات. أنا أشوفها حياة، تحدي كبير جدا.
أحبكم.
هذه الحياة اللي تشبهني.
شعور جميل جدا،
لا فريدة مختلفة،
فيها من الذكريات الحلوة،
فيها فن،
شعور جميل ولا يوصف.
رحلة ثرية،
والله لا يضيع تعب، بس هذا اللي أجمل
بالنسبة لي من أجمل المراحل.
لحظة حلم
حقيقي، الطين حقيقي.
شعور فخر جميل بما تعني الكلمة.
كانت من أفضل الفرص اللي حظيت فيها.
أقدر أقول عنهم كذا أهل
تعرفين كسبت أهل،
بتبقى هويتنا حية.
Thank you very much indeed. What a brilliant video too, but thank you so much. That was absolutely fascinating. We're now going to look back at Cobb, Adobe's wet sibling, and particularly something that's already been mentioned, Cobb in Devon, in this case historic Cobb in Devon. Originally the idea for this short presentation came from David Clark and Linda Watson. David Clark is a materials conservation expert and former lecturer for the MSc in architectural conservation at the University of Plymouth, and has written widely on the properties and conservation of Cobb buildings and the building materials of Devon. Dr. Linda Watson is one of the founders of the Devon Earth Building Association and a former lecturer at the University of Plymouth, where she ran the renowned Masters in Building Conservation. Sadly, due to illness and marriage, not at the same time, David Clark is not well, and Linda Watson is getting married this week. Neither of them could be here with us today, but they've authorised me to lecture on their behalf, which I hope is fitting because I was formerly Dean of Arts, Architecture and Humanities at the University of Plymouth. So really a quick stroll through some of the historic Cobb buildings of Devon, and also an attempt at a definition of what Cobb is, what Cobb does, and what Cobb can do, but ending at the end, as you'll see, with a warning. And it's a warning I think other speakers will also reiterate, a warning about climate change. This, by the way, we're starting with a wonderful, this is a Cobb building. So it shows you that not every Cobb building in Devon has to look like something out of Beatrix Potter or Lord of the Rings. You can have a sophisticated now this is about 1820, this house in Dawlish in Devon. Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm beg your pardon. It's the house up the top there. And here are Devon Cobb homes, yesterday and today. Cobb is, well, very much like Adobe, made from soil, water, straw, and other organic aggregates. Straw, just like Adobe, helps bind the mix and also helps with shrinkage, like with Adobe, so it helps the structure to shrink evenly. The soil usually includes gravel and silt. Sometimes lime is added. Really, we think that practice began around the middle of the 19th century, or even animal blood on some occasions. These are very much used as binders. Like Duria, the resulting houses look like they've grown out of the earth, and in some respects, of course, yes, they have. This is Inner Hope, a little village in North Devon, where certainly the two nearest cottages and much of the village are built of cob. Cob buildings inevitably, as you will guess, are unlike Adobe buildings, which are baked earth, found in hotter climates. Cob buildings are found in temperate climates. Unlike Adobe, the mix is wet when it's laid out, and that's the principal difference. It's wet and it's gradually dried out, gradually, being given the British climate, and the climate in northern France too. By the way, I applaud Steve Goodhue's lecture earlier, and it's marvellous to see, as we'll see later on in the seminar, evidence of Franco-English cooperation. Just a shame that France has to lose to England on Saturday in the World Cup. Cob buildings are fireproof, cheap, resistant to seismic activity. As Steve convincingly demonstrated, they have better thermal insulation than many new builds built today, and that's really, really important. What's also important is they can be built at a fraction of the cost. Cob in England is particularly found in the southwest of England, in the counties of Devon and Cornwall, and particularly in Devon. There are more Cob buildings in Devon than anywhere else in Britain, and this is a Cob building, a new Cob building under construction. You can see something Steve referred to here, the red nature of much of Devon's soil, particularly south and east Devon soil. Red Devon soils like this have a large proportion of stable clays, so they don't shrink or expand dramatically, and that's really important when you're trying to dry everything out. Without good clay composition, you have to resort to compaction, rammed earth, which we've heard mentioned before. I'll mention it again in a minute. Cob, though, in Britain isn't just limited to Devon. It's also found in East Anglia, where it's called clay lump, in Wales, where it's called clom, in Ireland, and as we've seen, as bauge in western, particularly northwestern France. It's the etymology of, well, adobe, which of course originally was an ancient Egyptian word, and then exported by the Umayyads to Spain, where then it went to the colonies in North and Central and Southern America. The etymology is fascinating. In the UK, it's known by so many different names. Puddled clay, pitted earth, piled earth, poured adobe. There's a French version called Boussy, with added moss. And there's also something back in Britain which I'd like to just point out before it all goes, so let's hope it won't. A lovely tradition when one part of the country of Wychert, as it's called. There's the spelling at the bottom, W-Y-C-H-E-R-T, with added chalk. So chalk is very soft limestone, particularly found in the Chiltern Hills. And here we are in the Chiltern Hills around Haddenham in Buckinghamshire. This is where the Wychert tradition, the only place the Wychert tradition now survives. Here is a Wychert house in Haddenham. And here's a Wychert house being reconstructed for the wonderful Chiltern Open Air Museum at Chalfont St Giles in the same county. If you're to the west of London, please do visit the Open Air Museum. It is fabulous. We've talked a little bit about shuttering. From the 1820s, cob buildings in Devon were shuttered, i.e. constructed with formwork, so not just laid. This was to give them more rectilinear edges for a more traditional architectural form. And this leads us, in a way, to the idea of, and this isn't a lecture about rammed earth, but this leads us in turn to rammed earth, the material compressed to about 50% of its original volume. There you see a simple rammed earth construction on the left, and here's what you can do with rammed earth. And I say this isn't the place for a lecture on rammed earth, but again, it's one of those great sustainable building materials of the future. And there's a house built with it on the right. One of the historic disadvantages of cob was that it was very labour-intensive. Certainly by the early, mid-20th century, rising labour costs and the availability, in particular also of cheap mass-produced bricks since the late 19th century, caused the trade to shrink. And cob buildings, so much as we can see, virtually stopped. The cob train atrophied after the First World War, after 1918. It was, though, revived in the 1970s, I'm pleased to say, by this man, Alfred Howard. It's a slightly weird image, this. It took me a while to realise what it was. There's Alfred with his wheelbarrow wheeling a cob model of a house. It's not a house behind. It's not an optical illusion. This is a cob house on a little trolley. And here's one of Alfred's first new cob buildings. Here's a rather nicely designed cob bus shelter of the early 1930s. Following Alfred's lead, the Devon Earth Building Association was formed in 1991 with the support of English Heritage and the wonderful building research establishment in Garston outside Watford. Excuse me. The association was designed to raise public awareness of the need to repair and maintain cob buildings in an informed and sensitive way. They're still very prevalent. I mean, the Society for the Protection of Ancient Buildings, the great keeper of the conservation flame, estimated that, up to a third of the population of Devon, certainly but in the 1950s, 60s, still lived in cob buildings. That may be slight over-exaggeration, but it shows it's still an important building material. And also, the association was looking forward too, wanted to revive the cob technique to build extensions to existing buildings and new buildings. So it's about new cob as well as conservation of old cob. And here's two old Devon homes looking, again, rather more chocolate boxy than the Dawlish example we saw before. This revival was bolstered by the new masters in architectural conservation, which had a particular emphasis on cob building, set up by the University of Plymouth, by Linda Watson, in 1993, principally to train building and local government professionals, and aided by a national network of building professionals set up by ICOMOS UK. Here's a wonderful cob barn in North Devon. The association hosted national conferences on earth building in 1994 and 5, along with regional public events, and again, something we need to stress more and more, involving not just students, as Trita have done so marvellously, but also children. It's a building form they can understand and get involved with. And here's, yeah, I'm not quite sure what they're doing on the right, but the girl on the left is paying attention and is building a cob wall. In 2000, the University of Plymouth, with again support from English Heritage, hosted the International Terra Conference. This is one of the milestones in earthen conservation. We had its successor this year in Santa Fe, in New Mexico, but this is a really important event held at the university. This is just a quick view of Devon earth buildings. We've seen the old, we've seen the new too, and Steve Goodhue prefigured, in fact, he prefigured one of the key buildings I was going to talk about. It's always bad not being first on the bill. Just worth saying that cob can be used for new homes as well as old. There's a new manual for cob housing on the left, and here's an interior of a new cob house, and you've seen it already. It doesn't have to be a marvellous sort of arts and crafts revival or arts and crafts reinterpretation house, as we see on the right. It can be just very new. Here's a South Devon home made with cob. I'm going to end with the example that, in fact, Steve mentioned earlier. Between 2011 and 2013, an ambitious cob house was built near Ottery St Mary in East Devon. It was the subject of Kevin MacLeod's highly successful TV series, Grand Designs. If any of you have seen any of those, in fact, there is a link with Plymouth too. Kevin was awarded an honorary doctorate from the University of Plymouth. Grand Designs profiled Kevin McCabe, one of the cob pioneers, as he built his 10,000 square foot home out of cob. Here is it being built, and there is Kevin and his wife, and on the left, Kevin MacLeod, the presenter of the series. The house was still incomplete when the show first aired in 2013, but Kevin MacLeod took a film crew from Grand Designs back early this year, this summer in fact, to find, well, a beautiful, eco-friendly home. There they are. There's Kevin McCabe on the left. There's the presenter, Kevin MacLeod, on the right. Here's the completed house, which you've seen. Yes, what a shame about the cladding that the local authority made them put on. Why, oh, why? But at least it does show you the design capability. You know, cob doesn't just have to be a traditional cottage. It can be built into all so many forms. I'm very excited. Here's some of the interiors. I mean, really is stunning. And what an achievement from a new sustainable building material. Just as a little coda to this, sadly, one thing, this is a house that will last and last. Sadly, unlike Kevin McCabe's marriage, when the Grand Designs TV crew went back, they found that the marriage had dissolved because of the stress of building the house. So the couple on the left were now divorced. So that was a bit of an embarrassment for the TV crew. So be careful. Conservation can damage your marriage. Cob, like adobe, is cheap, highly sustainable, and versatile. Like adobe, it's very much a material for our green future. You've already heard twice, damn it, the Devon saying, all cob wants, and it's a Devon saying, not from anywhere else, all cob wants is a good hat and a good pair of shoes, which means that with proper care, a stone plinth and a good roof will last for hundreds of years. And there you see on the diagram above, showing the idea of cob construction and the house being built below, there you see that stone plinth. So actually two plinths for the price of one. You can see how it works. So it will last for years and years as long as there's not excessive water penetration into the building. And I'll just end with the caveat that increasing rainfall could and indeed has meant that Cob houses can on occasion get waterlogged, and I know that's an issue faced in many parts of the world, and particularly when I was privileged to be able to speak at Buenos Aires earlier this year. Particularly we saw this in northern Argentina, with climate change causing increasing levels of rainfall. The result can be alarming. This is Columpton in Devon earlier this year. As a result of this damage, Mid-Devon Council warned that Cob buildings need to be inspected and maintained, especially, quote, given the extreme wet weather experienced this winter and the sensitivity of this construction material to moisture. The more dramatic results could be seen in the same county. Here we have a Cob house in Mid-Devon which simply failed with the enormous water penetration as the rainfall, excessive rainfall, came down the street. Just another reminder, perhaps, that we need to take climate change seriously, so our wonderful Cob heritage can be retained and indeed extended. Here we are back in Dawlish again on the Devon coast, and here we have your ideal Cob cottage, straight from the calendar, straight from the chocolate box. Thank you very much. It's now my great pleasure to introduce my colleague Raed Kazi, who will introduce the following panel.
Hi everyone, thank you Dr. Stephen for such a wonderful presentation, and thanks to David Clark and Linda Watson. Thank you everyone for being here. Now we're going to have a panel with one of our own DGDA Director of Urban Planning. His name is Abdurrahman Madullah, where he carries the responsibilities of strategic development, perform long-range urban and regional master planning. He is a registered consultant at the Saudi Council of Engineers, member of Amran Association, AIA, GBCI, and he will give you the introduction for the rest of the panelists. Thank you, Abdurrahman.
Thank you, Raed. It's such a pleasure to be here, and I want to thank the foundation for an amazing event so far. It's such an immersive experience to be right here in Prince Nasser's palace. I wouldn't choose any other venue. I think the spectrum of the presentations so far has been quite revealing. We've gone through multiple scales, like the hands-on experience. The Institute was really a marvelous video. I've learned a lot from it. Hold on while I pull my paper here. All right. I want to introduce the speakers. Will be joining me, Dr. Latifa. Dr. Latifa is, she has a doctor in archaeology, and she also instituted, she's still a faculty with the Prince Sultan. She instituted the Department of Interior Design. She's done marvelous research. I don't want to spoil it. I want to give her the chance to tell you about her research. Will be joining me also Khalid Abdul Latif. He's with the Red Sea company, and he's done so much development and great work on multiple cities. We'll be conducting this panel in Arabic, and I will give more about the speakers as they join me. Dr. Latifa. I'll be switching to Arabic, so this is a good time to switch to the headphones. And Ustad Khalid Abdul Latif. So Dr. Latifa worked on a research on Beit al-Milhim and Al-Ghab. I think there is so much to learn from her experience. Also, Ustad Khalid worked on a number of strategic developments on GCC countries. Among them is Qatar, UAE, and he also helped on the Dar'iyya development. So I want to move into the discussion. I'll be sitting on this side and directing questions.
Just take a chair with you.
Pull one of these chairs?
Yeah. Just remove one of the chairs, please. Remove the chair.
You know what? How about I stand and move comfortably? I think that would. I don't know. Looking at the chair, it looks pretty heavy. All right, so I want this to be an open discussion. You hear me well? All right, so I'm going to be asking for you to also participate in directing questions as well. Can we also pull the slide for Dr. Latif Sabs? Okay, wonderful. I wanted to have this on the background. I think it's important for us to learn from, sound is okay. Okay, that's pretty high. I'll put it right here, somewhere in the center. Okay, so Dr. Latifa. We've talked, through the introduction that I've had with you, I've learned a lot from you. And I think it's an opportunity for you to also share your thoughts and ideas on the research that you've done on Al-Ghat. You feel comfortable, whether you want to say this in Arabic or English. I'm curious to learn more on the experience. How was it? What drove you to do the research? يعني خلينا نعرف بالضبط إيش اللي دفعك إلى العمل على هذا البحث.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. فرصة سعيدة إني أكون هنا وأشارك معكم.
I'm glad to be here. I'm honored to be here. أتمنى لو كان لدي الوقت.
But they told me in Arabic, so I'll try to translate as much as possible. I just wanted to say that Saudi Arabia is a beautiful country, and we have a lot of heritage in our country and traditions that we need to carry on and use. So المملكة العربية السعودية تذخر بالمدن العربية الإسلامية وفيها ثروة هائلة من التراث العمراني وقد اختلفت درجاتها ودرجة الاهتمام فيها من متاحف مفتوحة من مباني طرازية طينية فالمملكة تحتفل زي ما قلنا بالعديد من المباني التراثية وتعبر عن القيم والأسس المعمارية التي ارتكزت عليها التراث المعماري من تحديد المواقع والمساحات والتصاميم والشكل الخارجي. لقد وقع اختياري على مدينة الغاط لتكون محور هذه الدراسة أو دراستي اللي أنا قمت فيها والكتاب اللي أنا رأيته في الأسواق. ذلك بعد أن قامت هيئة
after the tourism and national heritage, the previous ministry and reservation to work with Al-Ghat town.
وبدأوا So that's why I chose Al-Ghat. Very important thing to know that the importance of the old heritage and the old buildings is very important, not just for us as Saudis, it's also for tourism, for economy, for reusing the space. فنرجع نقول أن الاهتمام بالمباني التراثية يكتسب أهمية اقتصادية سياحية متزايدة إلى جانب كونها تمثل إرثاً لنا ولأبنائنا وهذا الإرث حضري كما أنها تعد من العناصر الحفاظ على الهوية الوطنية.
She is now translating into English, which she just said.
والحفاظ عليها والاندثار. We should put precise ourselves to make sure that these old heritage towns are used and reused and restored and preserved to help our economy, plus to be part of tourism and part of our children's identity. So that I don't go through it so fast, I'll skip. The book, at the beginning, I started with talking about Saudi Arabia in general, the first chapter of my book, where I talked about the archaeology, the architecture, the materials used, the different techniques used in building the architecture of the city. From there, I went to a chapter where I started studying other old buildings. For example, I went through اللي هي إعادة توظيف لبعض المباني العالمية. So I took قصر الحمراء Palace in Spain.
As a case study,
also I took
Palace,
two
as a case study,
different
and
buildings
also
in Egypt, which is Africa.
مبنيين
And I took I studied also one of the most important buildings, and we are here now in that area in طريف, قصر سلوى. Plus other buildings around Saudi Arabia. And I did like a comparison between them, taking out what I feel that is suitable for our building. And I did my own 4 steps methodology, اللي هو المباني التراثية والأثرية ركائز، 4 ركائز اللي هي الحماية والترميم والتوظيف والحفاظ. Then I went to Al-Ghat, where I'll just talk about Al-Ghat. You could put the second slide where you could see the pictures. The building is a very old building. It's a historical building that goes back, way back. It is owned by my grandmother. It's her family house. She married my grandfather there, and they had my father there. So that's why it resembles a lot of things to me. Those pictures, I tried to put them as much as possible in one slide. I wanted to show more, but there's no time. But you could see before and after the restoration. This is the exterior. You could see that a lot of damages in the building. It was really very hard to work on this building because a lot of the second floor ceilings were dumb, most of them. A lot of the wood had a lot of problems that we need to find similar wood from the same area. We tried to restore it as much as possible. You could see the second pictures there. It's the interior foyer, before and after. This is the back side before and after. You could see the ceiling after, the door after the restoration. Those are all after the restoration. And the room over there, they call it Jissat al-Tamr. This is where they restore the date in the house. So we didn't change anything in it. We just made it as a library. You still, if you visited the house, you still smell the date. It's amazing. It was a really very hard process. It took a lot of time. But what I proposed in the book, it's not just this building. I proposed of making this heritage town as a resort, that people could come and use the resort and learn about the country, learn the traditions, learn the crafts, learn about cooking, hiking, because Al-Ghat has a lot of mountains, touring what's around Al-Ghat and in Al-Ghat. Plus, it's going to be a rehabilitation center where they could use اللي هو الطب البديل, organic food, dieting, all of these things. The reason I've thought about that, these are small towns that need people to come. So when I want people to come, I need to give them something. So if I did this project in every small town that is restored in Saudi Arabia, this will help the economy, it will help finding jobs, and it will also help with the tourism. So I'm not going to take a lot of time more than that because I felt you're anticipating.
No, I was actually interested to learn more. By the way, an announcement, we're going to continue in English.
I will try my best both.
We've started doing this in English, we'll continue doing it in English. Khalid, be prepared. I think this is pretty interesting to have the experience of transforming one of the historic buildings into an activation. If you think about it, we're actually experiencing it right now. We're not living the way people used to live in this palace. We're experiencing the building in a different way. Talking about Beit al-Milhib with you, Dr. Latifa, I think it's interesting to reveal to us what other experiences can we pull out from such historic buildings. Beit al-Milhim is a case in point, but perhaps there are other potential places as well. And you've mentioned a couple of the buildings here in Dar'iyah. How do you see this potential? What experiences can we have within some of these historic places?
Well, we have to put in mind we have a lot of beautiful areas around Riyadh, around the kingdom. And let's say Shagra and Shagar and Sadus, they restored their old town. But they restored it in a way that they didn't use it for people to experience sitting and living in it. It's just a tour, seeing a museum, buying a couple of things. You could find it everywhere, but living in the past, it's very important. Trying the things, feeling, touching, smelling, it's very important. It's the most important thing in the archaeology and in the heritage of any country. So yes, the country is doing beautiful things all around, they're restoring, but I wish that what I did as the study I did, they could benefit from it. What they're doing here in Diriyah is amazing. It's really amazing. They're in the process of doing that. Remembering that a lot of things they're not able to do because this is an archaeological site, so they need to be limited. But they're doing amazing things. So
I think this is a great time to turn back to you. I think the mix of the participants on the panel today gives us different perspectives. Dr. Latifa is the experience from one house, one case. With Khalid, as a master planner and urban planner, you're giving us a different perspective. You're coming at us from a planner, perhaps with the bird's eye view on what are the potentials that we have, specifically here in Diriyah, but maybe in other places as well. Let's pick it up with you now. What do you think this is going?
Thank you, Abdurrahman. Before I kick it off, we have been preparing this in Arabic, so I'll try to juggle between Arabic and English as much as I can. And before I start, I haven't had the honor yet to become a PhD holder, so I'm just Khalid. Okay? So thanks, very interesting, Dr. Latifa. And the way we're looking at always is from top-down, bottom-up approach, from an urbanist perspective. What I mean by this, we have a good product, we have a good potential, a good asset, a good heritage that can become the legacy of the future, but how can I use it, activate it, integrate it with my urban economic base of my city, my settlement, my Diriyah? Because if I am not able to integrate this, if I'm not able to generate revenue, if I'm not able to generate employment opportunities out of this asset by activating it, by putting it in the right use, by putting it in the right mix of uses with the respect of the environment that we have, with the respect of the climate change that were not in the past, that were not 100 years ago. It's different and it's going to get more different. So putting it in that context of a network of heritage assets that talk to each other, that may create a journey. This journey will enrich the product that we're talking about. We don't definitely, when we work on that, it doesn't mean I need to activate and make people visit and make restaurants or hotels or resorts. No. Some of the assets need to be preserved as it is for cultural and environmental aspects. Other heritage assets that can be easily integrated in the city or the village cycle where people start using it. And I will quote what you mentioned, live in the past. Sometimes it's actually the way forward. So that's the way we look at maximizing the use of the assets in general. We look at it from a holistic perspective, make sure it's covering sustainable and resilience perspectives, make sure that there is a product and chain of products that will complement each other. I have a heritage mosque, a heritage souk or market that could be one of my centers when I plan the growth of a Diriyah. That could be a unique cultural specialized center with dedicated guidelines and development control regulation that maintain my future as a Diriyah resident.
Khalid, how is it different? One of the questions that we picked up yesterday was asking what changed? Planning over the past 10 years was going into a certain direction. Nowadays, planning is still happening, but it's using different tools. What is changing in generally as urban planning approaches activating some of these assets?
So let's say in the 80s and 90s, even though the philosophy and the thinking still strong, it has progressed that we're breaking silos between disciplines. In 90s, you will see in the early 2000s, heritage consultants, tourism consultants, they work maybe within 6, 7, 8 months when the master plan may be in place, and then we start consulting them. But breaking silos was one of the main criteria that we witnessed, and also due to the rapid growth that we have across developing heritage and tourism area, we need to see impact, we need to see changes. We see that the planning stage, the master planning stage, and the delivery stage somehow working in parallel as much as you can. This has an advantage and disadvantage. The advantage that we see that start bridging and filling the gap that used to happen in the past. I have a plan, but actually the actual product is completely different. We are bridging this gap, but at the same time we have another challenge. It's how to operate it, how to make sure it's livable, how to make sure that it's sustained and it's resilient and actually can last for 5, 10, 15, 20 years for the coming generation. What also that start coming that before it used to be the brain of a planner or a heritage consultant or a tourism planner, but we start having another, let's say a competitor, but we need to use this competitor, the AI, artificial intelligence, in taking decision in simulation, different simulations, start visualizing the product before even going to the site. Start predicting what are the risks that we may face. And if we start adding data from the self-learning machine, starting data related to the climate change, we'll start predicting some disasters that may happen within 10, 20 years relating to flooding, especially our environment is rich of valleys, etc. So moving the future looks smart, but we need to be very careful of how we're going to integrate both thoughts of the planner, designer, heritage consultant, and the machine to build our future.
Interesting. Dr. Latif, I want to go back to you. And I'm interested in how we experience sites, heritage sites, as we do today. You've had this passion to transform this the Beit al-Milhim in Al-Ghat into a destination. What are your thoughts around that? How can we activate and have such experiences in some of these heritage sites? Mike.
To work on one project is not enough. Let's say, for example, you have to look at the site as a whole. It's 1 + 2 + 3. So one house is not enough. So when you want to restore an area, you have to study the area around it. What do we have? What are the things that could help this house or this building to be used? So when I looked at the project there, I saw a lot of old buildings that it's not used and it's there. The Ministry of Tourism, they worked on one of the mosques there, which is Masjid al-Oshaza, and they worked on the shopping area, which is the souk, and one of the open yards there. And they took the Beit al-Amara, the Amara house there, and they transformed it, they renovated it, and they did it into a museum. Okay, then there is things there that could help my project. So what I studied is I studied the area as a whole. How can I do it as a resort? So now I have the museum where it's so big, I could divide it into two things. One could be the lobby of the hotel, the restaurant. The other one could be the museum. I could use the open space. I could use the souk, which is the shopping area. I could use the mosque. There is a lot of farms around it. I could use the farms. I could transfer some of the buildings into art and history areas where they could learn about the arts and crafts. cooking. I could use it as a place where the people could go and have sports and exercise and lose weight. So it came from one thing where I used the entire area with the urban as part of it. So when I finished that, I said, wow, I could do it everywhere. Every old town could do the same thing, and this will benefit the town as a whole. It's not just as a tourist place, it's also jobs for people, it's economy, it's a lot of things. People in those small towns, you know, some of them are not that educated, some of them, they don't have enough jobs, so I'm just not working on tourism. No, it's more than that. So I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, it's a good answer. I want to see if there is any question from the audience before we conclude with any remarks. Dr. Khalid, or Ustad Khalid, sorry. As a final remark, what do you think the potential in Dar'iyya historic places are?
It's a very dear place to my heart. So I understand that there is already a vision. We already have the vision, 2030 vision for Saudi, and we have the National Transformation Program with all the intention that we have for heritage, our heritage and our culture. I believe if I need to summarize this, if we start having what we call it a sectorial tourism and heritage plan, where I can come up with an economic base. So all these assets with all its look and feel, with all its roots, if I start translating this into economic base, where I can generate, as I mentioned at the beginning of my talk, revenue, and it's all under this sectorial development plan, will bridge the national strategies with what we have on the ground and make sure it will become the spearheading of development across DGDA. That will be my first point. The second and the third will be about having more of a resilient governance model. It's still a bit early in the kingdom to have such a model that deals with heritage management plans or cultural management plans. So if we start legalizing this and take Dar'iyya as a pilot, that will become a very strong asset in implementing such a pioneering vision.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for accepting to be on the panel. I've learned a lot from you, and we're going to continue, inshallah, the discussion as we go forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Abdurrahman. Thank you, Dr. Latifa.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Thank you so much for that. What a fascinating insights. I'm glad we could fit that session in. Now my great pleasure to introduce Said Sabiullah Majidi, who's an architect who's worked with, well, world-famous architects, universally famous architects, Foster & Partners, and other leading worldwide architectural practices. His Kabul-based office for architecture and design, SEE, was originally established in 2001 as a think tank and practice for architects, urban planners, project designers, and researchers involved in the design of the built environment. SEE provides project management and architectural design services and is actively involved in the physical post-war construction in Kabul and the provinces. We're absolutely delighted to welcome Said here today to really give us something very different at the perspective from Afghanistan. Said.
Well, thank you for the warm welcome here in Riyadh. Always a pleasure to be here in Riyadh, in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And thank you for the hospitality. It's always an amazing place where I can see the values and how you welcome guests and accommodate them. Good afternoon to everyone, and assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh to the audience here and people who are potentially watching us online. I have the great pleasure and honor to talk about Earthen architecture in Afghanistan. And my title is specifically about architecture or Earthen architecture for communities. I will talk about a specific project in Afghanistan that I was involved with many years ago. And it was a very humbling opportunity, possibility for me to return to Afghanistan for the very first time in 2006 as an architect, the birthplace of my parents. I was born in Germany, so I really didn't have any experience living or working in Afghanistan, but I was very intrigued by that place. I fell in love with that place in 2006, and I spent over a decade working as an architect in Afghanistan. I worked with local communities, with earthen buildings, earthen architecture, but also within the context of traditional architecture. And today I'm going to not only present a specific project, but also I want to highlight specifically the value of local traditions, the reintroduction of local traditions to a community or to communities in general. I also want to talk about the public perception of earthen architecture and what I think needs to change. And lastly, if I have enough time, I would like to touch also upon the Industrial Revolution 4.0 that hasn't really arrived yet, or to a certain extent arrived in the earthen architecture community. Okay, there you go. So I came across this statement a couple of years ago that earthen architecture is fragile and it's not suitable for the 21st century. It hasn't really a place in contemporary urban space, and it's not an adequate material to work with, and it's basically something that has fallen into disuse. And through my experience in Afghanistan, I was taught differently. I've learned to appreciate earthen architecture, and I've also seen the pivotal and central role that earthen architecture has played in communities. There's a rich tapestry in earthen architecture in Afghanistan. We're not only talking about modest dwellings, we also talk about, let me fix this. We also talk about palaces, fortresses. This is not in Aturaif, but you can see certainly some similarities in the construction technique. We find villages, entire villages made of earthen architecture. And lastly, we also to this date find earthen architecture in densely populated cities. In Kabul here, this is a view of the old city. And it's located in a very central commercial neighborhood, which you can see being surrounded by a lot of concrete buildings. And the United Nations estimated that about 30% of the world's population lives in houses made of earth. I think that's quite a significant estimate. The problem that we found in many places in densely populated cities is that cities constantly need space. And quite often planners think the old needs to be replaced by the new. And hence, in the example of Kabul, the old city never really had a place in the master plan. The master plan, by the way, was developed in the late 70s. Russian town planners came and helped to develop a modern Kabul at the time, and the plan for the old city was basically to eradicate it, flatten it, and make space for modern concrete buildings. And to me, the old city is a very special place. I'm sure it's, in many countries, the old city is a very special place. But I particularly associate with the earthen buildings in the old city a very strong and resilient community. They have defended and protected their local communities as well as their homes. And to me, it symbolizes the local DNA. These earthen architecture, these earthen buildings, to me always are part of the local DNA. So what happens when the local DNA disappears? We see a lot of skills, knowledge, traditions disappear. You can see here two excellent craftsmen working on traditional buildings. We can see here to the left one of the masons working with a traditional Afghan technique that comes from the rural countryside, but can be also found in the city. And we see also the master carpenter to the right-hand side, who has many, many decades of experience. Sadly, to the circumstances when we started working in Afghanistan, they didn't really have an opportunity because nobody was really interested in traditional architecture and the vernacular. And this Ustad, this master, used to sell fruit on the streets, basically, in order to survive. And we were very fortunate that we have found these masters that worked with us, and we could reintroduce through them some of these skills. ICOMOS estimates that around 65% of the world's buildings with cultural interest, they are in a poor state of conservation. There's much at stake. There's a constant loss of cultural value. And certainly that applies to the building that you can see here. This is the Peacock House, which can be found in Kabul's Old City. It's an example of fine traditional architecture that can be found throughout the Old City of Kabul. And I would agree to this initial statement or idea that earthen architecture is fragile. It has no place perhaps in contemporary times, but we'll come to the point where certainly assure you that it's the opposite. Before I go into the details of the project, I thought I'll ask a couple of friends and fellow architects what comes to their mind when they think of earthen architecture. And interestingly, I think they came up, for example, with that it's a sustainable way of building the environment, it is cost efficient, and it's an expression of culture. But they also said that it's not suitable for the modern city, and there has been no innovative way of building with earthen material. And mind you, these are people that work in the industry, in the construction and architecture industry. So there is a certain mindset, some stigma around earthen architecture that exists. The reality is far more complex. There are many challenges that have to overcome in order to bring earthen architecture from a linear to a circular economy. Very interestingly, there are very complex subjects that are connected of economical, organizational, sociological, technical, political, environmental nature. And the Royal Society of Publishing has looked actually into this subject and did a very interesting survey in the industry, speaking to industry leaders and really identifying the complex nature and the complex issue of earthen architecture and why it's perhaps not as widely spread as other construction methods. I want to talk about now about the actual project in Afghanistan. It's an urban regeneration project in the heart of Kabul and in the old city. It's certainly one lesson we have learned is to work with the communities and with the variety and the diversity that exists within the community. And it is a project that was set up in 2006 with an organization called Turquoise Mountain. I'll go into the details a bit later. And I started working with this organization in the Old City in 2007 as the head of architecture, where I've worked with the local communities, developed the master plan, and also a way to protect the Old City from being demolished and basically eradicated from the city. Just to put things in context, this is a map from the 19th century of Kabul, and interestingly, the area that is marked there as red enclosed, that is actually the old city itself, south of the river. It predominantly is located, or historically located, south of the river. What is really interesting to understand, and what is very important to understand, that the old city is really the nucleus of today's Kabul, which means they are the birthplace of the city in itself, and they still occupy large areas of real estate. And the dot that you can see north of the river, some of the historic quarters can be found north of the river. And I'm going to talk about one of those historic quarters, Murad Khani. which you can see here on this slide. It's enclosed. Again, it's in a very busy hub, a very busy commercial hub right in the city center. And there's much at stake at the time to lose more of the historic urban fabric in the old city. Why is there so much at stake? Because it sits on 3.7 hectares of prime real estate area. So a lot of people have an interest in getting their hands on the location and flattening those buildings and build these high-rise buildings or other modern contemporary buildings. An interesting map that you can see here for comparison, an aerial view of Murad Khani in the 1980s approximately, where you can clearly see within the red boundary there's a much more sort of refined urban grain, an urban density. You can see internal networks that were pretty much intact. You can see the preferred building typology, which is a courtyard building, for many of the same reasons that we've heard today. But if you compare it to the image to the right, approximately in 2005, there's two things that are very noticeable. One is that the footprint is reduced, significantly reduced, but also much of the urban fabric is lost. And you can see a lot of buildings don't exist there anymore. And we've estimated when we started work that about 60% of the historic urban fabric was lost over a period of only 25 years. That's quite significant. This is Murad Khani again in 2005, before any works started. And you can see sort of the earthen buildings, the courtyards that sit within the neighborhood. But interestingly, you would also ask yourself, what are these big open spaces? These big open spaces, they're not public spaces, they're not the public realm. They are actually the plots of collapsed buildings that basically either disintegrated or they were neglected and they basically fell apart. And it's an accumulation of soil, garbage, and debris over many, many years of neglect and certainly decades of neglect. But the amazing thing is there was still a community spirit within Murad Khani that was everywhere to be seen and experienced. This is another fine building that you can find in Murad Khani. It's the double column Sarai. And interestingly, what you see here, this building has been actually stripped down to its bare bones. You only see the wooden structure that holds the building up. The walls they collapsed. The wooden infill, the transom, the screens that used to be part of that richly decorated wooden facade they have been completely ripped out. And when I asked one of the residents, why have they been ripped out? The answer was very simple. People had to survive. They used the wood basically to fire and stay warm in winter. And so every building has an amazing and incredible story to tell, certainly at the time when we are able to visit, but there's much more history to these individual buildings. Again, to give you a reference in scale, this is one of the build-up sort of public realm where debris, soil, and garbage, layers of layers have been accumulated over decades. And one of the reasons why many of these earthen buildings failed is because the foundation and parts of the building walls were covered by 2.5 meters of debris and garbage. I've done a quick calculation. There've been around, I think, 1,250 trucks, each truck 20 cubic meter of garbage and soil and debris that we had to remove in order to establish the original street level. Also, I've done a quick calculation of this courtyard here. It's around 8 times you can fill this courtyard with the amount that has been removed. So in total, we removed around 25,000 cubic meter of this material. We tried to recycle as much as we could, but there are many foreign particles that would make earthen architecture unsuitable. Here's a very straightforward image of a before and after shot, the exact same location where the street level has been established. And one would think, okay, this is great that you can again safely walk through a neighborhood, but the risk that the residents had to endure over the years before any work was done was almost unimaginable for any regular person. Buildings would actually collapse because buildings were unsafe. People could still not afford to move to another place, and unfortunately we witnessed also some of the residents, they had died because of collapsing structures. So there was more of a reason to work with the community to establish the original footprint, but also the internal network within Murad Khani. This is a photograph, one of the first photographs I took actually when I arrived. I was so impressed by the neglect of the buildings, and I was so impressed by the fact that some of the buildings still were intact and that you could find it in the old city. And this is the Great Sarai that you can see. It's the same building photographed on different levels. And this building alone has over 40 rooms and a private hammam, a private bathhouse. This is just an indication of the wealth that once used to exist in the old city. And if you look at this now, you would think like, okay, there's not really much of that wealth present at this point. But these are very, very special buildings, and we were lucky enough to also get great support to start the initial works in the old city. I have to mention that two of the really important patrons of this project were His Royal Highness, the former Prince of Wales, King Charles. He was very vested in this project, as well as former President, His Excellency Hamid Karzai. They were very supportive of protecting the historic quarters in the old city, but also reviving traditional skills and the traditional crafts that existed in Afghanistan. You see some of a section there through the Great Sarai. We set up a team of local engineers in order to document every single building in its existing condition before any restoration or conservation works were carried out. It was very important to us to make sure that this is properly documented, and it gives you a glimpse of the amount of work that had to be put in before any conservation works could start. And this was sometimes very challenging because we had some of the buildings close to collapse. And this was part of the program, though, in order to make it work. Very central to the idea of protecting and preserving at least a historic quarter in the old city was what do we do with these buildings afterwards? It's one thing to restore them, it's another thing to develop a plan that is a sustainable plan to make sure that these buildings still exist in 10, 15 years. And the central idea that we developed as part of the master plan was to turn part of these buildings into an institute for traditional arts and architecture. I think this is absolutely key in order to succeed and make this a sustainable project, rather than just looking at it from a conservation preservation aspect, but also to leave a legacy there that will give the Afghans themselves sort of a basis to continue this work. The challenge now is actually, if you look at the footprint here, before any buildings were restored, is that we had these fragmented urban spaces. There's the footprint of the Great Sarai at the bottom, and some other houses and courtyard houses that we identified that were suitable to house the Institute for Traditional Arts and Architecture. And we had to develop with the team a very, I would say, an infill strategy that was actually sympathetic to the scale, to the materials, but also to the local traditions. We had to reestablish the original footprint, the internal network that once existed in Murad Khani. So once we removed all the garbage and the debris and the soil, we actually found old foundations that were part of those collapsed buildings, which was absolutely amazing. I'm not an archaeologist, but I know how it feels now to discover things under soil. And it was an absolutely amazing experience to see that sort of part of history come back to life. I selected some images here from during the works and before the work started on the Great Sarai. I have to say that we had the majority of skilled and unskilled laborers from either the neighborhoods or from the old city or from Kabul. But we also had a range of experts that helped to develop and shape the master plan for Murad Khani. Again, as I said, this is an unprecedented case. Some other organizations have done similar works in the old city. Again, an image here of the Great Sarai in 2007 before any work started. And I'll promise you this is not Photoshop, the next image. This is the Great Sarai 4 years later. and an amazing experience to walk into this building and seeing it from that state turning into this with the help of the Afghans and the international community to restore some of the finest buildings in the old city. I always get very emotional when I see these images because this is, again, over 10 years old. But it's such an important project in my life so far, simply because we worked again with the community, reintroducing local traditions and teaching also a new generation of young Afghans learning these crafts and skills. And there's a legacy left with the Institute that keeps continuing in the spirit of teaching and preserving these skills. 2013, the Great Sarai received the UNESCO Heritage Award for outstanding works on preservation. And it's a tribute to the work that was and the effort was put into this. This is one of the 40 rooms that I mentioned earlier. Again, before the restoration and during the restoration. And you might wonder, what were these buildings used before the restoration? And nothing really spectacular. These were buildings, because they were in the commercial hub, they were used to store vegetables and fruits. So, in a sense, turning these buildings back into its original state, you can see here one of those final results of the restoration work, where there's richly decorated plasterwork and the wooden screens were again fully restored. But we also thought about, we are not just restoring the buildings, but we also think about surfaces, furnitures, etc., working with the Afghans, bringing the old and the new together. This was very important to us. Again, amazingly, these craftsmen that you can find, and you give them a simple tool, and they turn something into an amazing, amazing project. So there's much to speak about and much to honor about these local craftsmen and craftswomen that are still out there. This is one of the masters, one of the young masters, the new generation that we worked with, developing basically the infill in situ of this wooden screen on this building. And you can see some of, this is sort of part of the work that was done on this courtyard building. But the most amazing thing is that you can see the community sitting back and enjoying these buildings. This is the community itself in Murad Khani using these spaces as well. They're not excluded because it's occupied by the Institute. No, they have the chance and opportunity to use this for national events or just community gatherings. They come together in the traditional setting, and it's just the most amazing thing to witness, to see this happening in an authentic setup in the old city. As I mentioned earlier, the Institute focuses on reviving traditional skills and crafts. I'm very glad to hear that when I last spoke to Turcos Mountain a couple of weeks ago, that the operation is still ongoing in Kabul. To this date, they train and teach a new generation of young Afghan craftsmen and craftswomen in the skills of traditional woodwork, calligraphy, miniature painting, ceramics, and jewelry making. And they have about 200 graduates every year that venture out. They support them setting up their own businesses and create also business opportunities for them outside of Afghanistan, linking them to other investors basically that are interested in products from Afghanistan. The work again would not have been possible without the support of the many, many skilled and unskilled laborers. An amazing spirit that I always used to be inspired and to continue to keep working, even when it was, to say the least, very challenging at certain times. And over almost 15 years, you see quite a lot of conflict and issues that happen, but there's an incredible spirit and resilience within the community that exists. And here's a younger version of myself. Speaking also, reaching out to the community elders. We need their input, we need their support, we need also their endorsement to make sure that we are on the right track and on the right path. Again, incredible to see the transformation from buildings that almost collapsed. This is the double column Sarai that you saw earlier, where it was stripped down to its bare bones. You can see the columns on the left-hand side. and the community using these buildings to this date. I wanted to summarize some of the achievements and the milestones with the community that took place since 2006. We carried out an emergency repair program for all earthen buildings, regardless whether they had historic value or not. We wanted to make sure that all residents were heard. We carried out an infrastructure program where potable water and electricity was provided to the community. We set up a primary school as well as a local clinic. And we were able to protect the historic quarter through the master plan with the endorsement of the Afghan government. It is protected, and it's, at least to this point, it's protected, and it's listed also on the World Monument Fund as well. So these are really good things to sort of learn from, and really good lessons to learn from, and to understand again why this is potentially relevant to DGDA and Diriyah Gate. I was fascinated by the statement that the leadership of DGDA expressed with Diriyah Gate and that project, learning a lot from the past and making this part of the future. I think there's a unique opportunity to express how much the cultural heritage is valued, the reintroduction of local traditions to communities, but also a very important role to educate the public and make sure that earthen architecture is perceived in the right way. It is not fragile, it is not something that is part of the past, and it needs to be better supported and more accepted. And then lastly, I'm going to run through the Industrial Revolution 4.0 and what's missing, in my opinion, in the earthen architecture sort of industry. In 2006, I've done myself certain data collection of comparing earthen architecture against concrete buildings in the city. I think it's very important that we do we carry out collections of real data and not just rely on theoretical models. We use these real data then to inform the simulations that we carried out, understanding how buildings can perform better. But I can also say that the use of AI and algorithms has been used in Afghanistan by archaeologists and architects. You can see here, Ms. Ainak, for example, that a 3D model has been generated simply by using a drone. So on a large scale, it's possible to use the new technology that's available. But also research that shows using plaster techniques or drones to plaster surfaces. That is a very interesting opportunity that can be looked into. And unfortunately, I can see here that my presentation is not the correct presentation here, at least on the last slide. We've done also a little bit of an animation where the use of automation, digital fabrication, as well as robotics for earthen architecture can be utilized to simplify certain tasks. I'm not saying that it should replace manual labor, but it's certainly something that will eventually arrive within the earthen architecture community. And I very much hope that Diriyah Gate will be a place, truly will be a place, a destination where, for earthen architecture, the old meets the new. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sabu. Absolutely fascinating, and really would love to go and visit those sites and particularly see how they've been transformed. We're going to have a break for tea and coffee now, but please be back in your seats at 4:30. And if you've not done so already, please do see the students' poster presentations to my right. See you at 4:30. Take your seats, please, ladies and gentlemen. We're also making a wildlife film at the same time about the birds. Aren't they lovely? Oh. Okay, how would that, so they just need to come up just there or everywhere?
I don't know how they would do it everywhere.
Can't they put them on these ones as well? I just can't see people coming up. Yeah. Before I forget, just to say at the end of the day, we'll be showing on at least some of the screens a QR code for our survey. Please do capture the code and please fill it in at your convenience and email it back to us. It's my great pleasure to introduce a pair of speakers from Archaios, who are from France but have been working in Alula, a wonderful place run by our dear colleagues and friends in RCU. Pascal Klaus-Bolti is an archaeologist and researcher specialising in the fields of funerary architecture and domestic architecture, and has worked in Tunisia, Libya, Egypt and Syria. She joined Archaios in 2021 and is now head of the architecture division within the Alula Cultural Oasis Project, UCOP, which we'll be hearing about more, I think, over the next few minutes, which has been steered by the French Agency for the Development of Alula, which goes, of course, by the wonderful name of AFALULA, and conducted in close partnership with the RCU, the Royal Commission for Alula. Yasmin Kamouche is a researcher and archaeologist specialising in the vernacular building of the Bronze Age in the Near East. She is the Deputy Director and Scientific Supervisor for UCOP, which is led, as we've said, by Archaios. We'll hear a lot more about UCOP, no doubt, in the next few minutes, but its mission is to study the buildings preserved in Alula, particularly in the palm groves, through detailed analyses of well-preserved buildings representative of the different types. Pascal. Has disappeared. No, it's right.
I can use this one. This one.
So, forward.
Thank you.
So, hello everybody. I'd like to start to thank you to invited us to present our work on the vernacular earthen architecture in the Al-Ula Oasis in the framework of Al-Ula Cultural Oasis Project, UCOP. UCOP is a 4-year archaeological project initiated in fall 2019. It's led by Archaios. Archaios is a French company specialized in scientific research in the field of archaeology and heritage. Archaios, as Stephen said, it's founded and steered by Agence France for the development of Alula and conducted on behalf of the RCU, the Royal Commission of Alula. So located in the northwestern Saudi Arabia, Al-Ula Oasis is a 1,000-year-old oasis established on one of the main trade and pilgrimage routes, making it one of the most important oases in Arabia. Al-Ula is known by its 4 urban centers, which developed throughout his history, starting by Dadan, dating back to, I'm sorry. Starting by Dadan. It's a site dating back to Bronze and Iron Age, and then the city of Madain Saleh flourished in the Nabatean period, and then comes the Umayyad and Abbasid period, site for Mabiyat al-Kurh, ancient Kurh, which was abounded in the 12th century AD. And after that came Al-Ula Old Town, established between the 1230 13th century AD, and was abounded at the 1980s in this era. This presentation has 4 main parts. At the beginning, I will present the project, ECO project, the overall project, and with the emphasis of the archaeological methodology. Then I will present the first analysis of the data coming from the 19th century, the late 19th century, the early 20th century AD, from the historical oasis and its farm especially. And then I will talk about the material and construction technique, and then Pascal will talk about the major subject of this presentation is the analysis of the vernacular architecture of the oasis and the functional analysis. So ECOP has 2 main objectives. In the term of the scientific point of view, we seek to understand and to analyze the spatial organization of the Ula Oasis and to understand its history, and then come the heritage aspect. By the mean, through our project and its result, we contribute to the development of Al-Ula Oasis and its master plan. The study area of the project is extending about 35 kilometers north-south from Madain Saleh in the north to Al-Kurh al-Mabiyat in the south. It's divided in 2 main zones, the north area, the coast area, and the south area. And in the south area, we only study the hydrological structures there, mainly composed of kanat. And it should be noted that all the periods are taken in account in our project, but the measure of our corpus date back to the 100th last year. The starting point of the project is the systematic archaeological survey, and this phase includes the recording of all the archaeological features located on the surface, as well as the photographic documentation. Then we make documentation of all the data collected on the field, on the project database, and the vectorization of this data on the geodatabase of the project. So this work allowed us to make an archaeological map of the Ula Oasis. And as you see on the screen, you have 2 examples of maps produced for the 2 study areas, the northern area and the south and the core area. It's not a general map, but it's included as is shown in this images. It includes the smallest detail of all the architectural elements recorded. It was street, buildings, or partition wall between gardens. And even the spatial organization of the houses are also included in these maps and the relationship between their elements. Al-Ula Cultural Project is a multidisciplinary project, so the archaeological survey is also combined by a series of scientific research, and they contribute to understand the history of Al-Ula Oasis and its development. And this includes the analysis of the hydraulical installation, and the architectural study, the analysis of the spatial organization of the oasis, and the study of the archaeological material collected. As for the architectural team, our work focuses on two main points. The first one is concerned the analysis and the study of selective significance building, and this includes the detailed architectural study, the complete coverage documentation, and the drawing of the survey of topographic and photogrammetric survey in order to produce plan and sections. And the second part of our work is concerned to survey all the buildings, or at least a very large amount of them, in order to highlight their characteristics and to establish a typology. And this work includes drawing a schematic plan, annotated with all the measurements for wall, windows, door, etc., and also combined with a complete photographic documentation. And now I will be talking about the historical oasis of Alula. Thanks to the archaeological surveys, studies, and analysis, we were able to delimit it, and the study also of the old maps and satellite images. We were able to delimit the oasis as was structures at the end of the 19th and the beginning of the 20th century AD. And that's to say, prior the urban sprawl and the rapid expansion of the oasis. And we refer to this 20th century oasis as the historical oasis. And it should be noted here to the south. Oops. Here to the south, there's also gardens developed at the same period near the Hijaz station that also need to be included in the comprehensive map of the oasis, but are now under study. So I will be concentrated only on the part in the red square. So this oasis is located on the level of the old town. It extends about 220 hectares, and it extends 3.5 kilometers along the Wadi, 500 to 900 meters east to west. Our study revealed a complex landscape. So this oasis was delimited by perimeter walls associated with towers. Inside was structured by hierarchical network of streets, giving access to private garden. This private garden dedicated to the date palm cultivation was surrounded by a high earthen wall and could only be accessed from the street through doors equipped with locking systems. And beside the gardens, there were a vast areas dedicated to cultivation of cereals located on the outskirts of the oasis. The gardens and the open fields were fed by water by kanat. It's a kind of underground galleries bringing draining water from water table and bringing it to the surface. In addition to kanat, we identify wells located on the margin of the oasis, and also water was extracted by animal tractions. But what distinguished the Al-Ula oasis and its palm grove that it was also a living space, and it was underlined by the huge quantity of material, of archaeological material that we could collect it, as ceramic, stone, glass, metal, etc. And also by the large quantities of buildings recorded. We identified about 700 buildings, including 4 mosques and 500 houses, as much as in the old town. While most the gardens are dedicated only to date palms cultivation and other fruit trees, some of them they are associated with houses, and they combine the domestic and agriculture functions. Farms, this is the terminology that we use in ECOP to qualify these complexes. And according to account, during the beginning of the 20th century AD, inhabitants of Al-Ula oasis, they lived in their palm grove in their farms for about 5 months a year to escape from heat. And they returned to the urban center, the old town of Al-Ula, at the end of the day's half in October. But of course, the parcel, the plot, the agricultural plots are cultivated the rest of the year. And here on the screen, one of the examples of the oasis farms. And this farms was delimited by street and accessed by one of them. It's composed by a simple house, 2-roomed house, associated with a latrine, accessible from the terrace. And there's also, of course, the gardens, an animal pen, a bath, and a majlis, the Egyptian rooms. And Pascal, she will talk about this old facility later. About 400 farms we identified in the Al-Ula palm groves. And they were not randomly disturbed in the oasis. They are concentrated in 2 places, different places, in the north, and in the south. And they occupy about 23% of the surface of the historical oasis and covers about 35 hectares combined. According to our investigation, the farms were lived, the northern complex of farm were lived by the Shukaiki clan, and the southern one were lived by the Halfi clan. And the same social spatial division, we noted also the same social spatial division in the old town of Al-Ula. So the good question, and the question that we ask, when did this farm establish? Some chronological element helped us to establish today the establishment of the farms to the late 19th and the beginning of 20th century AD. The first element was coming from the study of the old maps, and especially from the journey of the Western travelers who visit Al-Ula. And we were able to observe that these farms were newly developed when Jocelyn and Savignac visited Al-Ula in 1909-1910, as they referred on their maps of this part as a new garden. Some door lintel of the houses, they were engraved with Arabic inscriptions bearing date, and the old date that we have is dating back to 1933. And we noted also the use in some of the houses of rails and sleepers coming from Hijaz railways. And this allowed us to date these farms to the 1930s, after the abandonment of the Hijaz railway in the 1920s. And now about the material and construction techniques. All the buildings and walls within Al-Ula oasis were built with the use of local materials such as earth, stones coming from the surrounding mountains, wooden, and of course palm grove. All this local material, they provide thermic comfort to this arid environment, to the Saharan environment of the oasis. So the use of stone was limited in the oasis. We noted the presence of stone only on the basis of the walls, protecting the walls from calibratory raising and providing a solid foundation of the buildings. But also stones was also frequently used in the door frames, and as we can see here in the 2 examples. And also in the stairs, but stairs we have sometimes steps made of stones, and the structure of the stairs made of earth. So really, stones in the oasis concentrated of the use on the door frames. And what distinguishes the Al-Ula oasis is the use of what we refer to the hand-shaped adobe. The hand-shaped adobe is a cloth shaped by hand of a mixture of earth, water, and finely crushed limestone or tufa concretions. The use of hand-shaped adobe was noted in the construction of the walls, where it were partition walls between two plots or part of the building, or even for the perimeter walls of the oasis, as in this example on the screen. Now, depending on the places of these hand-shaped adobes on the building, they built in single or two rows, bound together by an earthen mortar and sometimes covered with an earthen coating. And we noted that the walls, the base of the walls was larger and thicker than the upper part of the wall, as in the example here in the screen. And we found the same technique of the construction of the wall, but with the use of another materials made also of earth, the adobe bricks. But the use of the adobe bricks in Alula oasis was also limited. We can find it only in the places, specific structural places, like the corner of the building, like the envelope of the niche, pillared, and also we found it also in the door frames. Where is stones, hand-shaped adobe or adobe bricks? All the walls were bounded together by earthen mortar and sometimes also covered by earthen coating. Palm trees was most of the important material used in the construction of the roof in the Al-Ula oasis. So palm stems was used as steps, and palm stems were used to make a sort of bed on which a woven of palm leaves or loose palm leaves were added, and this leaf were covered with a thick layer of rammed earth, coated by earthen coating. And the use of the palm trees was also noted in the construction of the lintel of the door and the soffit of the lintel of the door. And to make the gutter. So the palm steps are cut by half of a quarter to make adjust and to be fixed on the lintel of the door. But we also use beside the palm trees, another type of plant like acacia, tamarisk, and eucalyptus. Thank you, Pascal. And eucalyptus, and this were only used to make the door lintel and the soffit of the door and the door locking here on like in the screen. And now I will leave my colleague Pascal to talk about the functional and typological analysis of the houses.
So let's see the typology of the palm grove and the houses of this palm grove. Among the 500 or so dwellings inventoried in the palm grove, we studied 77, i.e. 15% of the corpus. 27 are located in the northern group of farms and 50 in the southern group. Our results are not exhaustive and will probably be subject of some adjustments in the coming months. However, the results obtained so far are interesting and allowed us to establish a preliminary typology of the Alula Palm Grove farms and houses. We took into account the overall configuration of the farms, that is to say the number, the function and the distribution of architectural structures, houses and their annexes present on the plot and closed by walls. After analyzing the data provided by the 77 farms studied, two types of criteria were taken into account to elaborate the typology. The first criteria retained are related to the layout of the dwellings, the number of rooms, the existence or not of a courtyard delimited by high walls, separating the house from the rest of the plot, and the existence or not of a staircase serving a terrace. During the study of the buildings, we were struck by the great diversity of houses in terms of size related to the number of rooms which constitute them. Some buildings are barely 3.5 meters aside and contain only one room, while others are 20 meters per side and are made of 10 and more rooms, sometimes associated with inner and outer courtyards. The ground plans are quite varied, as houses can be rectangular, L-shaped, U-shaped, or organized around a courtyard. If we consider the 19 one-roomed houses of our corpus, we can notice that very few of them have both a staircase leading to a terrace and the courtyard. It is usually one or the other, but not both. Considering the 22 two-roomed houses, we can see that most of them have stairs leading to a terrace, but those that have both a terrace and a courtyard are better represented in the southern area, while those with terrace and without courtyard are well represented in the northern part of the court area. Considering the 14 three-room dwellings, we can see that the majority have stairs leading to a terrace, whether they have or not a courtyard. The presence of stairs giving access to a terrace becomes systematic in the 4 and 5-roomed houses, the stairs being most often outside the dwellings, probably to avoid to have to pass inside the house. The majority of these houses are located in the southern part of the core area. The largest houses from 6 to 10 rooms have been built in the southern part of the historical oasis, like the previous ones. Most of them have stairs in relation with a terrace and closed courtyards, sometimes well integrated into the plan. Some of these dwellings have more than one courtyard, those courtyards acquiring specific functions: to serve the private parts, to serve the more public or working spaces. Other courtyards isolate certain convenience like the latrines and the kitchen, or commercial activities. Let's take a closer look to the issue of terraces. Among the one-roomed houses, several have stairs. These stairs leading to a terrace, which, depending on the case, can be lined with low or high parapets, sometimes drilled with clausters. The majority of the two-roomed houses are equipped with stairs giving access to a terrace, and the upper room is a pairing. Considering the 4 to 7-roomed houses, we can see that the upper floor room becomes more common in large dwellings, and that there is never more than one upper floor room. The second typological criterion we selected is the function of the house's annexes. The most common features are the majlis, the latrines and the animal pens. But one can also find baths and kitchen. On this slide, you can see that 18 houses out of 77 have independent outbuildings, that is 23% of the corpus. These houses are 1 to 3 roomed, and their independent annexes are scattered on the plot. The most common of them are the latrines. 25 houses out of 77 have attached or integrated annexes, that is 32% of the corpus. The latrines, the most common, first attached to the house, then integrated. The majlis, or reception room, is also very common. It is generally directly accessible from the courtyard without going through the interior of the house, and in a few cases, the majlis are outside of the courtyard. On the other hand, in the largest house of the historical oasis, the visitor had to enter a vestibule, then to go through the courtyard before reaching the majlis. The few identified kitchens are mostly small, delimited by low walls and attached to the main buildings, but we discovered also kitchens that were well integrated into the ground floor plan. They always have an opening onto the courtyard or the plot. 22 houses out of 77 have at the same time independent, attached, or integrated facilities, what means about 28% of our corpus. Two 7-roomed houses have 2 latrines, one integrated in the house, the other installed in the rear of the garden. As both are associated with a large garden planted with palm trees, the latrines may have been intended, perhaps, for the farm workers who tended the palm trees or harvested the dates. In conclusion, this typological study of a 77 houses sample allows us to recognize 2 main categories of houses: those equipped with a courtyard delimited by high walls separating the house from the plot, and those without such a courtyard. We also noticed that up 3 rooms, the houses have quasi-systematically a terrace, this terrace occupying all or only part of the covered rooms. And that some houses have, in addition to their terrace, an upper floor room. It appears with the 2-roomed houses, but becomes more frequent up 4 rooms. Among the functions of spaces in relation with the houses, we were able to identify latrines, animal pens, kitchens, bath cabin, and majlis. These facilities could be independent and scattered on the plot, attached or integrated, or both independent, attached, and integrated. In the current state of our research, there is no dominant formula, but considering the material and building techniques, the houses with independent facilities could be the oldest one, and the houses with attached or integrated facilities the latest ones. We also noticed that the largest houses and those with the most complex layout have been built in the southern part of the core area. These are probably not seasonal dwellings, but permanent ones. During the next field mission, and we hope there will be others, we would like to extend our typological examination to other houses in order to confirm or infirm the results obtained so far. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you both, Yasmin and Pascal, very much. Absolutely fascinating. We've been to Spain, we've been to Afghanistan, now we're going to Morocco with Dr. Salima Naji, who's a registered architect from the Paris La Villette School of Architecture and holds a PhD in social anthropology from the École des Hautes Études en sciences sociales. She's based in Morocco and has been working on projects aimed at protecting the oasis heritage of southern Morocco for the past 30 years. She has designed, restored, and built over 30 beta-climatic buildings in unfired clay and/or stone maternity hospitals, cultural centres, women's centres, eco-lodges, and hostels. Delighted to welcome her here and delighted to get a view of what's happening with earthen architecture in Morocco. Salima.
Thank you. Thank you. I am very glad to participate at this symposium. Thank you for invitation. It's a great honor for me to present you my experience to building from Morocco, conservation and more. The legacy of Earthen architecture is today huge. Our generation has to preserve ancient architecture of earth and to use architectural techniques to face climate change. Here, you show you my work in Morocco, and I have decided to select most emblematic projects between preservation, innovation, and reuse of the earthen architecture. My architectural path has been divided into two branches. One has focused on the architectural lesson learned from the extreme example of fortified village, incarnating of a kind of alternative to glittery modernism. The other branch continues to reflect on heritage, but through contemporary projects, usually social in nature, capable of favoring sustainable development based on precise knowledge of the region. A source of inspiration for thinking about the sustainability of contemporary building. First, in Morocco, you have learning is linking to stone. One does not work without the other. There are mixed techniques, and the concept of earth architecture is wrong. It's mostly earth, of course, but the material is mixed with wood and fibers and use stones. Some implementation of earth are sometimes migrating to stones. And it's very interesting to learning from the rework on the masonry, stone, wood, adobe, reeds, tile. You have a lot of association, and you see on the picture is very, very, very rich, and it's very interesting because if you don't know the whole process, you can do any restoration. The combining masonry, and it's very, very interesting to learn from workers from Malmin. You see here, You see here rammed earth, you see clay in wood, in angles, you see stone, and this traditional approach in the skies of collapse is very, very interesting to propose something else, to understand Earthen architecture to best way is work and we work and masonry. Finally, save specific heritage of the Oasis collective granaries where the land allows the preservation of seeds over the long time. And the little granary is very interesting because of his quadrangular plan with 2 towers in stone and rammed earth for the building, stone for the acroterre, and limes, traditional lime for waterproofing. Usually, here, a combining of skills and complexity of reloading process. It's very interesting to show you the variety of human scale because each building is lesson. We are learning from each building and from each workers. The earth, it's not just stone. The earth is a combining with lime. Lime is used with earth, and it's used with rammed earth as a stabilizer, in a protective plaster, in a prestige plaster, in stucco, and other covering, tiled, other floor and wall application, domes, vault, constructional details. It's very rich. And you see the wood, the plaster, the old techniques is used combining. And it's very interesting because in Arabia Saudi you have a lot of similarity between Morocco and Arabia Saudi. I show you now an example of used lime in a prestigious house fortress in 19th century. A recent restoration to replace concrete used like plaster, and we have do in place of concrete the originally lime with sand and after earth or not. Building process, regional specificities, restoring not form but process, before use, before studies typology. In Morocco, you have rammed earth for the enclosure into construction. You have adobe and boti in interior. The exterior is rude with rammed earth and interior very sophisticated. The name of this West Dar is A in Amazigh language. The A of house for light and cooling. The A of house in center of the house was the Dar for the protection of the hurma of the house, of course. Now, I want to present you another project, very interesting. We have archived, actually, in Agadir, the big city Agadir. Agadir, for more than 600 years, the fortress, at top of promontory overlooking an harbor fitted to international trade routes, linking the Sahara and the world, the site has been listed as a historic Moroccan monument since 1932. Todo. However, its vestiges are a site of painful commemoration, constantly reminding residents of the dreadful earthquake of 1960. 60 years after the terrible night, the Moroccan government decided to impart new life to the historic site. Historic site, while respecting international protocol for post-catastrophe heritage operation, designed to make the area open for visit and meditation. The reception center includes a cable core platform, restaurants, restroom area devoted to visitors' safety. And all test facilities were built in the scale so that only the fortress rises at the top. I present you the south wall was in rammed earth, and this rammed earth wall first with limes to stabilize, and after he was combining with stone in very interesting material to fast efficient paraseismic process with stone. You have seen the photography before the earthquake. You see now, after the renovation, after the archaeological work, we are done the restitution of historic south wall, which was more than 2 meters wide, of which end we had the wall information made of a spiral wall and stone. We have, with the Earthen architecture in Morocco, terracotta. Terracotta, Earthen building for exceptional projects and very prestigious. Mosque, palaces, few on the south, but there is. Here is Sidi Abdullah bin Bark, the minaret of Agadir Amrar, Sidi Abdullah bin Bark, built during the 16th century Saadian dynasty, rises of the highest part of the oasis of Aqqa. The first concern of the architectural project was to stabilize the mud brick prayer room along with what remained of the mosque. The minaret was saved following its careful excavation by employing bricks of terracotta. Bricks of same size were used but of a different color in order to clearly mark contemporary addition to the existing base. The concept of infinity emerged shebeka patterns, styleful decoration was left unfinished and visibly marked the fact, the minaret. Encore to the vernacular architecture, for me, it's very, very important process, and I have shared two words, paleo-innovation and eco-construction, because it's very, very interesting to see how the old process, the ancient process, could be used in the new contemporary architecture. And you see, it's not easy because people don't understand the idea on the beginning, but now with the Turkey project we have people are understand. So, reclaiming process premise that have proven their worth in the past, while investing in ancillary techniques open to innovation is crucial to revigoring the construction industry in Morocco to building in unconventional ways. And you see on the other picture how it was the methodology for do the transition toward alternative method of proceeding and building has become a necessity, and not only region of South Now in Morocco, the north of country, ask about the techniques of the south. So with the Museum of Tata or Museum of Tiznit, you see before the project, and after, you have a big possibilities with rammed earth. But architectonic call for building method that employs specific material in order to produce form that no execution in reinforced concrete can create. Experience on construction projects in Morocco prompt us to go beyond museumizing heritage. It's not an operation of museification. The better to explore existing capital in terms of resilience. Projects to safeguard the architectural heritage of Morocco's oasis have nurtured the concept of alternative construction. The favor technology use raw or biosourced material is an innovative approach that respects environment. Of course, it's sustainability. Of course, it's a lesson from the granary of Qsor villages. You have seen the old possibility, and there will follow presentation of works quite distinct from a communal granary in terms of function, even as they derive from that original mode. So it's very interesting to see in the picture the new approach, in fact. A new approach based on previous building method, with sometimes some innovation and very modest approach, very with the notion of قياس in العربية. يعني the work it be very is not expensive and very used for a human scale and very adept in each cases. Of course, it's usually empirical and the possibility of using unique local resource not covered by those standards. But sometimes you see it's an obligation to have a concrete because the law in our country impose the concrete and the concrete as you've seen, and it's a pity, but it's like that. And we haven't any choice when you build some construction for hostel or for guest house, and I don't know. To allow an architectural production of the right size, often modest, turned toward others, a construction which makes senses, which do not disturb the local ecosystem, which gives a second life to what there before me, it's indispensable it's necessary to use the local possibility and to have some battles with contractors' approach, because the contractors' approach leads to prefabrication, to so fast, and in fact, this logic it's not mine, and approach with Malmin, master of building, it's the real possibility for the second life, as you wish, as you see. And it's not expensive project. This is a ENDH initiative for human development in Morocco. So very cheap architecture. I want to conclude with inclusive architecture to, of course, rediscovering techniques, and of course, with communities. Because the question of reuse, comfort, give new life, anchoring in the social, keeping communities, it's easy to set this world, but the action is very, very, very hard. And you see, for example, the first action in this Qsar, this village, old village in the south area of Morocco. It was the first occasion to translate some techniques from granaries to Qsor, to this village. And to reconstruct architectonic process with the communities was not easy, but was facilities with a lot of committees. Assa, it's a government project like Agadir, and he gave a possibility to work with local workers and kind of laboratory, you see, with population and the committee of the old men and committee of politics men to discuss each decision and to build together the project. My heart of anthropology was very important for the process. And it's not just for each house, it was very important for the piazza, for the mosque, and the common good space to share and pooling space. It was the beginning of an exchange, and like that, it was possible to do a good conservation project with communities or rehabilitation with an effective part of inhabitant. Because women are them vision, workers, and other politics, and it's very, very complicated to have the same vision for the project. So I finished with another project, the Tablaba project in Tarjish area in the south, colonial souk in Earth, and it's using a heritage proposition with a higher level of conservation. There is the treatment in decoration. Places are preserved to be the case for design, for furniture, to new function, new invention. And it's very interesting when the conservation elements are faithfully preserved. It's very hard to have that without falsifying or destroying them. La Charte de Venise, Venezia chart, it's very, very, very important to have the integrity, to have the historicity, to have the process building, and to convince population for adhesion, because it's not it's a common good. It's not a particular wood. It's for the totality of population of the locality. So you have seen theater and other, and when you have the Muslim, when we have a possibility to do for some festivities, it was very interesting to share the space. And in fact, population was very, very, very proud again to marvel and take pride. It's once architecture which refers to identity of a group and on individual to the trickiness of history. So it's time to conclude, not with the compétence d'édifier. It's a concept very efficient for me, but I let you to look for further information in my books, and I want to conclude promoting an architecture to the common good means questioning the architectural entity by favoring mode of construction that have proven themselves over time, opting for materiality, favoring a way of working that doesn't overlook the social condition of construction or the complex dialogue with material. Neither a building's use not its correction to a specific place and special practice can be ignored, for all architectural practice is anchored in a specific code and its particular administrative context. It is nevertheless always interesting to interrogate practical experience by transposing it into another context. Practices can be shared. So here an initial side step will be made, taking look for some communal edifice of distinct heritage value, which were the crucible of fertile architectural practice. How can a mode of operation derived from existing society be transposed to the realm of so-called contemporary architecture? Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Salima, so much, and I do hope you'll all have a look at her books. Time passes on. I think most of you probably prefer to ask questions informally hereafter, but may I now call on our dear friend and colleague, Professor Hisham Mortada, to firstly announce the student bursary winner, but also to have a few closing words at the end of today's session. Professor Hisham.
Good afternoon again. Well, this is almost the end of the first day, and through which we passed through so many exciting and pleasant presentations from all around the world. And that's the purpose of the seminar, is just to exchange the knowledge, the experiences that we have. Is not in a practical and scientific manner, not ceremonial. And I need to also make sure that, this is not going to be the end of our event, so hopefully DGDA or other agency will repeat the same event annually somewhere either in Saudi Arabia or abroad. We've done it, as I said, in Argentina, July, and we have Teresa here. And now we are in Daraya, and then hopefully we do it somewhere else in May probably or something. So now, does anybody has any question or comment would like to share? Yes, please, Fabio.
You said that Moroccan laws let's say, force to use concrete Is this because of seismic issues? I can imagine, yes. Because we have the same in Argentina, yes.
In fact, in some area you haven't any problem of seismic, and without that, it's like an obligation. You haven't authorization to build if you don't take concrete. It's not very official, but when we need some guarantees, like 10 years, and it's like in Europe. So when you do the plans, if you don't use the concrete, it's impossible. But in fact, we work actually with some colleagues to have le chaînage. I don't know the chainage. It's the same word with wood. It's a possibility because you have seen for the Agadir project we have do that paraseismic system with wood and stone. So now we look for do a proposition with chainage in wood, not with concrete. Alors, the historical it depends of the architect. Some architects accept that. I'm not accept that for historical. It's an obligation for the new construction, and for the old construction it depends of architects. The architects must to refuse that, but we have some examples with like Medersa Ben Youssef, I guess, with concrete. It's for me a catastrophe, but it's like that.
Okay. Please.
Could I speak in Arabic?
Yes, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you. شكرا. عادة المباني الميكست structure in general for the seismic area
buildings in rural areas are normally dangerous.
Second issue.
The second issue is الأبحاث has proven that these buildings that used by concrete are the most harmful than the ones that stayed on its original shape, and this is a proof the long time that has been gone through of these buildings, and it couldn't after which this is the most important process of the failure or the success of the concrete.
Yes, please. Introduce yourself and from where, please.
So, Yasmin Kanhoush from Archaeos Company. I'm specialized in earthen architecture.
From Atkins?
Archaeos Company.
Okay, Archaeos, okay.
Yes. We presented our work today, and I was wondering about the use of the hand-shaped adobe. The first time when I came to Saudi Arabia and visited the Al-Ula Oasis, I was astonished by the use of this kind of material. And my question is addressed of all of you. What do you think about this material? And for me, when I worked in Syria, hand-shaped adobe is dated back to prehistoric time and not to this era or the Bronze or Iron Age or something like that. So I'm wondering about what you think about this material, and did you find other cities like Al-Ula built in this material? Thank you.
Anybody would like to answer or reply? Okay, I will answer. You know, there is a difference between the architecture of Al-Ula and the architecture of Daraya. Al-Ula basically is in the lower floor, and the lower floor is stone, because it's in the lowest point of the valley. So there is a lot of floods, a lot of water. So they have to protect the buildings, you know. And then the upper floors are, you know, the external walls are made of mud. While here, it is very dry, and there is no fear of floods, and so though it rains, sometimes heavily. So the entire buildings is mostly of mud, but sometimes because the soil is very salty and very weak, so they have to mix it with gravels, okay? And sometimes they have to use stones in the lower part, just the first 2 meters, then they construct the rest of the building from mud. But there are so many villages in Najd here, the entire buildings and walls are constructed out of mud, without any stone, like Al-Wala. Yes, please. Your name and...
my name is Divina Abu Jawde, Lebanon.
Alain.
President of the Architect at the Order of Engineers and Architects. My question is smaller than
Yes.
to Dr. Pascal about the typology of the buildings. You said there is 1 room, 2 rooms, 3 rooms. Is this an extension, or why did you understand why there is this typology? And no, did you study why did you have 1 room or 2? The size of the house. What explains the size of the house? Is this an it was expanded to 7 rooms?
Yes, in the Palm Grove of Alula, you can find 1-roomed houses, very small ones, and you can find also very big ones. So it's not a junction. You have all the types. You have a very large range of houses, small ones, middle ones, and large ones. But the small ones, people were living in these small ones during the summer for harvesting the dates. And so they stay in their small houses, which are on their plots, during the summer. And then after they go back to the city for the winter. But you have other houses which are very large with 7, 10 and more rooms, but these are not seasonal houses. These are permanent houses. People live there all the year. That makes the big differences between the 2 kinds of houses, I think. Yes, from the beginning, they have been built with 10 rooms and with an upper level.
Yes, excuse me. The mic to Teresa, please.
This is a question again to Dr. Salima. You just said that, if I understood properly, that some architects, when they have historic restoration, they don't want to use concrete. So let's say they want only to use mud and herbs and wood. But for instance, if they do that, is that historical building, once restored, doesn't have restrictions for its use? For instance, it can be used for something where public goes in, because that is a problem we have in Argentina, that once that you restore something without the seismic conditions, then, well, it's restored, but you cannot use it.
It depends. For the conservation, it's possible to use the traditional material for the conservation. It depends of authority, of the team, depends of a lot of parameters. But for the new construction, it's impossible. If I haven't understood.
I understood that, but once the historical building has been conserved in a traditional way, can you use it, for instance, as a restaurant,
of size,
or receiving public?
For example, if you have two levels, it's very. It depends.
Okay.
because you have seen one of granary, very bigger, and it's okay. You have some qasba in Warzazat, for example, it's okay. So it depends, and it's good to have a possibility, you know. It's not.
It's not a law that says.
It's a dialogue, and for me, it's a lucky situation,
yeah.
but it's fragile because the law it's usually yes, and it could be tomorrow. Have a catastrophe like you know the collapse or I don't know, and after that impossible. So actually it's possible.
Thank you.
If I may add something, I think there is some similarities in terms of architecture and probably in the mixing up of the Adawi between the Morocco, Andalusia, and South America, because it's almost the same, especially the one that built out in the 16th century. Thanks. Yes, please.
My name is Usubi Sako, Kyoto Seika University, Japan. My question goes to Dr. Salima. So I visited some kasbah in Morocco, actually. So I wanted to know the status of the buildings before renovation. Is the country gave them some status? For example, designated them as or is national treasure, and then after you do the project? Because, for example, in Japan, when it's a national treasure, you can't use concrete anymore. So so the use of concrete and also the fact that it's allowed little bit, it's little bit fuzzy somehow. So can you explain more the status of the buildings, and then what are the government concern about that?
It depends, because the law it's forbidden to use concrete, the law, but actually, it's not exactly clear. For me, it's next battle, maybe battle, and actually, there is a launch about Earth, and but je ne sais pas quoi vous dire. No. No. It's independent of that. The classement, it's a process, independent of that. For heureusement.
Yeah. I noticed that many people use cement in the lower part of the building, just to protect it from water. And this also in Najd, I think probably if you dig somewhere here in the area, you'll find cement somewhere in the lower part of the buildings. Yes. Okay, please.
Dr. Ahmed Fallata from King Abdulaziz University. It's a nice day, and it's great to be here with all these with my colleagues. I think all colleagues here and all players in Heritage are there. I need to say two things. I believe in knowledge transfer, and I hope all my colleagues to support the students in the research centers and the faculties, integrate them in training summer and all these researches, make data available for them. This is really big achievement for them. This one aspect, another aspect. I want to talk about the modern and advanced techniques we used nowadays. Before we talk about conservation, this our specialists, we come to document, and then by documentation using different or integrated sensors, different sensors like drone, laser scanning, photogrammetry, and then we can build a 3D model. After that, it can be used in different aspects based on the aim of this project. like the projects we saw from the students. It's amazing. It's kind of knowledge transfer. And it's like this is the demand for market, and this is the capability we needed from the students when they go to the market. And I think this is the language of Prince Mohammed bin Salman, which is measurable indicators. Now we talk about numbers, we take the data, we transform it to information, and this is really important. Some people are still afraid from machine learning and handling big data. I don't see it in this way. It's still helping us to build what we need to do. In this case, in the discussion, we use the models, we use the database to deal with all heritage sites with 3 R's, which is responsibilities, restrictions, and rights. And I think if it's identified well, and then we can deal in all cases. Yeah, I'm not like a lawyer for digital transformation or digital technology, but it's really essential tools to help. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Ahmed. Okay, yes, please. Hurry up because we want to wrap up.
Professor Jamal Ilayan from King Saud University.
Okay. Nice.
I come as member of conservation of historic buildings. I want to ask if there is a code, conservation code in Morocco or in Argentina. This is the first question. The second issue, I want to say it in Arabic. بالنسبة لموضوع الإسمنت والاستخدام الإسمنت الأفضل دائما هو كما تقول
Venice Charter that to be back into the conventional mechanism, and then we go back to the innovation and contemporary mechanism. And the last point, when it comes to the use of the digital and documentation, it is very important and beneficial, but the eye that reads this what are the problems and how we can solve them.
For Argentina, there is a code for Adobe construction? Not yet, I believe, right? No, not yet. They just removed there was a kind of ban on construction on Adobe, and it's been left, lately. Would like to? Mike, please. Mike.
In the areas, Argentina is divided in provinces. In the provinces where there is seismic activities, there are laws that don't permit the use of adobe, that they discourage the adobe. And that's the places where a lot of adobe is. And it's also places where adobe has had a better behavior in front of seismic activities than some other new constructions. But there is a big prejudice against adobe, not only, well, it's also because it's related to poverty, but that's another thing. But to seismic, for instance, they don't allow, the institute does not allow the net, or the plastic or the metal nets on the walls in the construction. And it is also a way to discourage people who own, maybe they're not national treasures, as it was mentioned before, but it's not encouraged the conservation of adobe. Why? Because if a person has a nice adobe house and wants to make a business or whatever, the use will not be authorized. permitted. They will say no. People, public. If you want to live there, you live there. But people are not. They have not the right They have not the right to receive public in those buildings. If they are only adobe, they have to put a lot of cement.
Okay. How about Morocco? Do you have mud building codes?
In a word, it is discouraged.
Okay.
في 2014 الكود تبدل وأعطى لنا الفرصة.
In 2014, the code has been transformed
خدامين دابا
and
باش هاد الكود
and this code
in 1914 we have a step.
1994 كان لدينا هذا.
It wasn't forbidden, but it wasn't accepted. So in 2014 it was possible. So it was very nice because we can do that for social construction, for example. So it was like a new age, new possibility. And actually, the new generation ask to use that. If you compare with Tunisia we can't. It's impossible it's possible, but it's very difficult to use Adobe. In Morocco, it's possible, and actually we have a committee for Earth, and they have compared Australia, Argentina, I guess, Italia, all code on the world to have a code. And we have the El Husima Zilzal, the earthquake. It was very strong and very horrible for the earth construction. But when when you speak with the architects who had worked in the El Husima, they said it's not Tabut, it's not earth, it's the bad construction, in concrete or in earth. And the construction very good in earth as very efficient. So it's like a vision. And in Agadir, I have present you, all of people are died with les dalles en béton, concrete roof, you know. It was horrible. I guess if you have this system, traditional, maybe it could be
Okay. Thank you very much. We really appreciate it. Before we close, I would just like to announce the result of the competition of the students' research that DGDA, or the organizer of this event, has organized. We have two winners. The first is the documentation of King Abdulaziz Palace in Qasim, and that was carried out by students from King Abdulaziz University. King Abdulaziz University is in the Red Sea, okay, and far away from Adobe. But believe me, our brain and hearts are there in Najd. So our students work very hard working on King Abdulaziz student, on Najd and its assets. So that project, the documentation of King Abdulaziz Palace was very important because it's an indication of the social or the community responsibility of the students and the university itself. The other winner, or the other project that won, by the way, the projects are here, so I would love that you go inside, and check them out. The other project is the training, the Arabic training that King Abdulaziz student had in Al-Ola last August. And that, in fact, that training started in Italy, in Bari, then, moved to Al-Ola, and that was a great experience to ask the student to build and participate in the restoration of Al-Ula, real restoration, not just show or building walls and that's it, no. So these two projects that had one, and I wonder if the students and their supervisors are with us. Dr. Ahmed? Yes, please. They're with us, you know, they're... Okay, thank you very much. Those are the winners, you know, and we'll see, you know, you need to go there, you know, to show your poster to the guests. Okay, and thank you very much, and Stephen?
Thank you, Professor Hisham, and thank you all for coming today. Thank you, everyone here and in the Sound Palace, and everyone online too. It's been a brilliant day, and tomorrow will be equally brilliant. Look forward to seeing you here at 10 o'clock, bright, on the spot. Huge thanks, firstly, to not just all of you, but to all our afternoon speakers. So a big round of applause for them, please. Delighted to see you here tomorrow. Your buggies are waiting, so we'll see you here tomorrow. Could I see the speakers, please, in the margins afterwards, just for a very quick briefing about tomorrow, both for today and tomorrow. So speakers for today and tomorrow you can meet in the marge lists. But lovely to see you all, and see you again tomorrow. Thank you. Please do wave your phones towards the QR code and fill in the survey. Remember to put that I was wonderful, okay? Actually, that's filled in already, so never mind.
Thank you.